when it's out, but it's out. I see both sides, listen now. I see both sides, listen now. My podcast now. They can hold myself on, they ban my visa. I'm Mastercard. I got no money, and it's all.
You bite a little bit, and there we go. So let's go ahead and grab the material called paint out. Just gonna flatten it out a little bit, and there we go. So next up, paint.
Paint. Paint. How to paint. Pakai snack. Oh, I see. Lah. Ada rumput. Wait. Nah. I don't know. Amazing the cash on money at home. What is this? Lah. Di rumput. Oh, ini tanpa rumput. Ah. Tararata. I should move cause New York is getting maniac. This LA cause it's Insomniac and I don't wanna hurt no more. So I set my ball real low. I may okay. You say you just don't mean it. You're so insane. Shut up and just enjoy this feeling. Don't you love it? No, I'm happy, yeah. Ini air, oke. Oke, jadi spawn sini. Spawn sini, spawn. Oke. Leaderboard kali ya, leaderboard shop mungkin, shop leaderboard. Oke. I'm okay. You say it, but you just don't mean it. You're so insane. Shut up and just enjoy this feeling. Don't you love it? No, I'm happy yet, but I'm well outside. Don't you love it? But I'm well outside. I may be wrong. It's stupid, but it's all I have. Sini, and then sini. Oke. Terus ada jalan ke shop. Ini shop betul. Tahu sini shop. Inilah shop lah. I'm losing my mind, cause it's all past 3 and my brain's on fire. I've been kinda sick, but the ship on down and it's not too high, and not down. For the ship and I'm losing my mind. Past 3 and my brain's on fire. But the ship's on down and I'm not there yet, but I guess I'll be alright. I'm happy, yeah, but I'm well outside. Don't you love it? No, I'm happy, yeah, but I'm well outside. I may be wrong. It's stupid, but it's all I have. You love it? No, I'm happy, yeah. Outside.
Yang baru dari Disney. Kisah klasik penuh keajaiban
Cukup.
untuk seluruh keluarga. Hadir di layar lebar. Disney Snow White. Di bioskop mulai 19 Maret. Dapatkan tiketnya sekarang.
Where from you how Setelah di bawah lampu, kubisikkan kamu, apa yang kau mau, dia atau aku, garam atau madu. Oh my, don't tell your friend, cerita kemarin, ku ingat permanen, manismu kayak permen, I hope it's never end. Okay, you be my Gwen, and I'll be the Spider-Man. Ku mulai merindu. Ku bayangkan jika kamu tidur di sampingku di malam yang semu, pejamkan mataku. Ku bayangkan tubuhmu jika dipelukanku. Sakit dadaku, ku mulai merindu. Ku bayangkan jika kamu tidur di sampingku di malam yang semu dan ku pejamkan mataku. Ku bayangkan tubuhmu jika dipelukanku. Malam chaos ini, ku terasa sepi, ku tak mau sendiri. I need you here with me, aku pilih madu manis kayak kamu. Zero lu. And so my friend but you, tapi tunggu dulu, ku masih meragu. Wow, wanna be with you, berjalanin dulu. Sakit dadaku, ku mulai merindu. Kamu tidur di sampingku di malam yang semu. Ku bayangkan tubuhmu jika dipelukanku. Ku mulai merindu. What is this? Oh, knew it. Wait. Sama kamu, yang ku mau cuma kamu. I said no. Don't want to say one, two for love. It's in the west, I'm rocking my chest, and power on me. I'm feeling just like a Tesla, too much. I'm smoking my chest, power on me. I'm feeling just like the rest. Yeah, I'm seeking us to the rise all night long. She putting me to the test. Got a lot on, cleaning on my lens, but the best. Like a curious, I see. So brown, I'm using my fighting. Gotta get lively on my animal life ski. So beautiful, like out of my dream. Yeah, boo, holler at night too. No, I'm just trying to be your dude. So what I gotta do just see out of that move. So beautiful, so ready to be rude. Making the next move. No me. Every second is just fool. It's like the one you. Gini kali ya. Ini aja lah. Naga, I'ma pick you up like I'm a night girl. Ini kita benari dulu. Senang, so understand, and just nothing to say anyway. Don't follow. Listen away, so making my chest up all on me. You can see the rest. Hari sudah ku rindu menghubungimu, kau sedang dengan dirinya. Rahasia, kau ada waktu untuk bertemu. Kau sapa ku tersipu, puji lupa amarahku. Kau paling tahu cara lemahkan hatiku, walau tak ada yang pasti, yang kau beri hanya mimpi. Pantas mengapa kau masih menaruh hati? Ku tahu kau telah terikat janji, ataukah bukan tak mau? Tapi aku tak tahu. Kau sapa ku tersipu, puji lupa amarahmu, karena kau paling tahu cara lemahkan hatiku, walau tak ada yang pasti, yang kau beri hanya mimpi. Lantas mengapa ku masih menaruh hati, padahal ku tahu kau telah terikat janji. Keliru ataukah bukan tak mau lupakanmu, tapi aku tahu. Lantas aku menyimpan rasa cemburu, ku yang memilikimu. Kapankah ku tak tahu, akal sehat menyadarkanku. Deng 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 deng, dereng deng. Oh. Lantas mengapa kau masih menaruh hati? Lantas mengapa kau masih menaruh hati? Aku tahu kau telah terikat janji, bukan tak tahu lupakanmu, tak tahu. Anjing like. Karena bukan aku yang milikimu, ku tak tahu.
Kagak dah, gak ada duit gua.
Nih, let's mode. Oke. Better. Oke lah. And I train. I just forget for a train. For that shit, I don't forget working for that shit. This is the X-ray and the light of me. I wanna smoke a bait. Oh ma, macam orang berdu. In story ain't no. Sometimes it feels like it's nothing when I look how others flexing. When I compare banding kok hidup nih kalah tanding. It's okay though. This is not a race, I'm on my lane, yo. Yeah, it would be nice to have a Lambo. Oi,
Disuruh ngisi air sama dada.
disuruh beli apa?
Ngisi akuarium.
Why you make me a broke man? Why I'm not rich yet since then? Not fancier than my friends. Oh ya Allah. Wow, said the man who owns an iPhone and a car, who celebrate shit at the bar. Luar negeri sama pacar, punya duit beli cigar. Guess it's hard to see what's close but easy spotting what's apart. It's okay though. This is not a race, I'm on my lane, yo. Yeah, it would be nice to have a Lambo. I see chain bitches in top floor condo. When I got it all, is it enough though? Every time my phone was ring, ring, ring.
Cuddle with me all night. Give me one, let me long, be my sunlight. Tell me lies, we can argue, we can fight. Yeah, we did it before, but we'll do it tonight. Yeah, that fro black boy with the gold teeth, the dark skin looking at me like you know me. I wonder if you got the G or the B. Let me find out the C. Tell me no to me. These days are way too lonely. I'm missing
All I know. This race I way too long and I'm not forgiving love away, but I won't. Someone to love me. Fast, but it don't feel right when it's late at night and it's just me and my dream, but I won't. Someone to love, that's what I fucking want. This time, but I can put it with love in my mind. Little baby, I'm in my prime. And I never say to my dawn and worry like be like you be okay and everything is alright. Tell me you're nothing cause I don't want anything but your love in your body and the little bit of your brain. These days I'm way too lonely. I'm missing all I know. These days I'm way too long and I'm not forgiving love away, but I won't. Someone to love me, I need someone who needs me. Okay. Lah. How?
I want.
UI import 3D. UI 3D. Oh ini. Nih. OBJ. Oke. OBJ Pak, bisakah? Let's try. I can see the star. Only time I've been away, collecting all these scars, and when I thought so naively I'm almost there, I realized with my own eyes I only move a square. Well, I guess this is how it is. Tonight the answer was the quiz. Tonight it was me all along. What it got me for so long, guess I'll be strong. Will I ever see the finish? And I don't know, but I keep my climb. The more I get, the more I got. The more numbers in my band, the more numbers on my shoulder. The more the distance I will go. Wish me luck, for I'm too deep up in my journey. Lah bolong. What? Wait, what? Wait, what? Ini karena ini. What? Karena ini ya visibility. What? Let's see. What the? Lah. Orang. Cara menghilangkan suara. Lah. Konnichiwa. Lah kok mana scrollan? Otomatis tai disable. Lah. Itu anjing. Oh ini sih. Nge-scroll dia anjing. Oke, berarti ini tidak work. Nih malah seperti ini. Dari mulut keluar kata-kata enggak baik. From the morning to the day, to the noon and to the night. Sampai hari ini, sampai capek buat fight. Tapi roda tuh bundar, dia bakal berputar. Why? Dari mulut tukar. Now I'm saying bismillah, kita mulai lagi lah. Semua butuh wish me luck, dunia udah gila. FBX. Apakah ini FBX? Where is the FBX? Oh, tai. Ini coba. FBX Let's see FBX. Lah. Apakah kegedean? Sepertinya. Lah. Kekecilan. Ini kah apa nih? Apa nih bro? Pulau 1. Wait. Indonesia, di Subukureb, di Bandung nggak berjaya, pindah lagi Jakarta, di selatan ku berkarya. Modal doa dari mama ya. I'm fucking with no chicken less is Andrea. I'm in my own way. I fuck around. I gotta play my own way. Where you were racing gourmet. Ragam kayak PNS, pesenin macam keras. Lah mana cok? Lah. Alah. Ulang. On the mirror, say boy you make me prouder. Make me, you make me prouder. Make me prouder. Yang paling aku sayang akan masuk dirimu waktu kau masuk jurang. Mantap men. Lari lebih kencang dari mobil artemu. Kenapa anchornya loh? Anchor anjing nih. Vlog dulu lah ya. Guys kayak masih rare. Okay, my hair. This is where I'ma be a millionaire. Buy mama a new house and a new Tupperware. Samurni jam-jam niat kamu si beda apa kasus di Instagram? Nah. To the mirror in your mind, every time you look into the mirror, say you make me prouder. Oke. Tetap aja. Pivot. Ini pivot. Word pivot. Dari umur 21 udah savage. Mari kondo all the bullshit. Flow so good so tidy. Abis money like I have it. Gotta stop before I turn to a habit. Mending gua bikin mantra kayak kunto adi. Let me get into it. Say I'm into this. Being intuitive. I'm into it. Gua bangga kalau bisa bikin lo bangga. Bilang ini orang dari Jakarta. Indo making that two finger symbol. Peaceful but I can shoot like Django. I walk slow but I know that even my baby steps biru tuh. Dengan aplikasi YouTube Music, kamu bisa menemukan remix demi remix demi remix demi remix demi remix. Baik. Oke, zero. Enam, oke. Empat tujuh, empat lima, empat ya. Oke. Tinggi 15. B. Okay, nice. In my head, too much. Only where I fell from. That I've been held. Belgium, where I said it all from afar. My head too much. I'm trapped in my head. I'm trapped in my head too much. Material. It's because color. Oke, wait. Apakah? Oke. What is this back? Don't know.
Lo, gas. Anjir,
Kadang jangan dunia.
udah. Marah aja login.
Kecewa barat.
Nah, ki masih cak, ki hijau kan.
Pak pesu. Apa yang diharapkan dari orang pesu anjing?
Awak masih sibuk cak.
Ngapain?
Melasti
Oh. Masuk akal. Mainan apa aja nih?
sih lainnya. Belum melasti cak. Kan
Oh.
kan nyepi.
Hah?
Dulu lainan yang mana?
Mainan biasanya sih.
Hai.
Hah?
Sih maksudnya ini kan nyepi nih, ini kan nyepi nih.
Ah,
Tuh bawa pura-pura tuh kok harus
pura
kan pura-pura
apa
biasanya gini. Pura mana? Apa mulana? Sing pura maksudnya kamar suci, rumah
Akhirnya.
nyaman lah.
Oh.
Tuh boyom lah. Lah, kon login weh.
Every time, something, the day and the same. Oh my god, I'll be alright. I'll be raising copies, now I feel like yellow face, yeah, I'm looking like a race. But we got the ace about you on the next day with a newspaper on the front page. Back to the cake, rack after rack, so many racks that I say, I just bought a bite. Playing the city, is this enemy will be mountain. Sometimes money in my pocket, I'll be spending by myself. Just paying off, bro. And mama had no money in the bills, bro. Get money in myself. Ended up in a sound. Nana. I'm in my back and my memory gone.
Kayak cara ngapus gini nih.
Pages. Hah?
Ya jangan ngapus.
Hapus apa?
Nih nyangin batu, hapus batu. Nyangin tanah.
Oh, alih di view, alih terrain editor. Ini kah?
View
Ini.
selector gak ada. Oh nih. Edit.
I can do this song drive, sitting in the backseat. One night window was a fire, baby, and your eyes brighten up this dark scene. You told me I would be fine, I called you a liar. This first time is this a sign I'm falling out of your life? About what I just realized, you said I was your life. I think that is my life. Kok satu anu? And righteous don't hate the same. I have a migraine and runs all over the place.
Air.
Lah,
Ya ini tanah cak.
arjuna,
Anjir.
mana anjing? Part size nggak script apa beda nak nih?
Tanya.
I want is to take you by the sea. I'm falling, sorry, take you on fire, baby. Oh, my belief, what can't you see? I made this world so salt and gain the seven seas, all the oceans are we fall into my dream. Anjay. Bisa.
Tema Indonesia.
Tema Indonesia, Nusantara Parkour gitu kan.
Nusantara Pak.
Nusantara
Sama
Parkour.
Bali, Jawa gitu. Cil.
Tell me I would be fine, I caught you a liar.
Ngapa sih?
One night when the walk of fire, baby. I can think about you all damn day. And the sun is shining on your face. I think I'll find for you. The fact that is the truth, but okay. Read this apa nih? Waduh, JP Shop UI. Kameranya apa? Shop. Kecangnya shop nih.
Del.
Dapatkan YouTube Music Premium dengan semacam tombol ini.
Dan ngewarnain di gini apakah ya mewarnai? Waduh, he was such an overdue. Can't even finish school. And left too soon. Instead was a fireman who smoked fire so violent. My violence, oh my god, that's so insane. Oh my god, that's such a shame. Next to them, my shit don't feel so great. I'm feeling bad. I kinda feel like switching can be sad. The smallest violence, really need an audience. Warna nggak ke ekspor cok. Dan satu-satu. Apakah beda?
Jangan nambah.
Okay. Such an overdue, I can feel like such a fool. Wih, orang biru ya? Orang biru tiba-tiba.
Layang nih bang.
Okay. Oh, nice. Ini satu-satu kan ya. Oh, I see, understand. Oke, kalau begitu, bakat siapa? Kalian care lah.
Tempat.
Neo. General, oke. Siapnya UI gua kan apa yang kan guys? Dinnya apa jangan bin aja terus gede pulau nih.
Kalau ngeliat batu nih Chan.
So this will be the time for me, or maybe just a better me. I'm walking with the company and take a shadow and I see I know I'm not the mentally, but you could be the remedy. My violence for you. Di ini kan rumah nih. Kencangnya toko.
Logonya UI apa?
Yang UI di ini apa kan di sini cok? Di pulaunya apa kan di sini?
Toko RPG kan.
Yang kan toko RPG.
Sana NPC. NPC kan tinggal
Bidangnya gitu.
tutorial.
Tutorial. Interaksi sing gampang. Ada nakna cuma sing manggo nakna sing ada interaksi. Lagu ngeklik misalnya di ada buletan trigger, nah buletan trigger ya nyentuh buletan trigger tuh langsung ada UI nya teko itu enakan sih daripada UI itu apa dana interaksi itu males ngekliknya cok.
Oh langsung ini misalnya tempat spawnnya oke yang di tempat tiba-tiba ada UI.
Oke, nah cara ngesumon gacha ASTD.
Oh.
Itu ada buletan kan akan ngesumon tuh. Akan UI semua nah.
Tuh maksudnya.
Gitu. Sing dah kayaknya.
Lah.
Baru nge-spawn langsung ada UI gitu.
Oh, cara tempat spawn itu maksudnya. Bulet tanda sih namanya bulet tanda anjir. Ya udahlah, tempat spawn itu.
Just say to me what you want from me. You want this from my life. Okay. See me drive. That should be a minute. That you wanna me to go.
Ini modelnya apa? Apa nih skip itu lihatnya apa dana?
Kena toko apa enggak referensi toko nah? Toko Bali. Toko tradisional Indonesia. Kene cok, toko tradisional Indonesia. Ini ya. Oke, hidang sih.
Hidang dilit.
Gas. Sama smile in my necklace. See if the any yeah. You say I'm reckless. Diamond is my smile in my necklace. Who did it first? I'm proud of yeah.
Cara nyentuh nih ya.
Itu anjir. Tutorialnya nggak bagus pak, dia sih tutorialnya nggak bagus.
Oh, apa beda?
Oke. Did it fast. It's a Thursday when I be looking on a rookie all like Uzi first. Said the money send you longer to the door. Left right there, I said I'm gonna say I'm reckless. Diamonds in my smile in my necklace.
Ini nyentuh ini kayak.
Bagus. Class.
Don't forget who did this shit first, yeah. I'ma be this way to in a hearse, yeah. And I don't care if your feelings hurt, yeah. Cause I know I'm the one that did it first, yeah. Put you on that jet, bought you a purse, yeah. I ain't mean to flex, just like the splurge, yeah. I know you still love me just on my words, yeah. Girl, you look so good, mess up my words, yeah. See every sign, hide behind the curtains. And I love the way you stack on Lexus.
Sayang reckless, diamonds in my smile in my necklace. The silver, yeah. This is sayang reckless, in my smile in my necklace. Right, yeah. That. Terlalu ini kali ya. Anjay. I'm afraid I can build myself, and I hope you could be yourself as well. I can make you feel alright. And there was so much happiness that we will stay yet to find. I say you can call me Alex, baby. Life, and don't worry, girl. Please, okay. I'm into you. The last time that you check, I was probably go terus. Looking for something new, body that you could choose. What about me? Yeah. And you together, something that could really last forever. What about me? Yeah. Okay. Last forever. Ada koncat.
Yang dikira mindahin Trinis, Cok.
Wanna be in her bed, and I began to wonder why. I guess I'll be lying to myself. Cause who the fuck would be dumb enough to jack an over on 1 over 1 2 2 10 1 5? What a night. It's a girlfriend, I'ma need advice. Go size so I can get a fucking nice. I made a friend to spend the night, and now I'm in love and she remains in my life. Division surface. Okay. Fuck the past, then y'all make me sad. Oke, seginilah cukuplah. Enough. Set. I see. Okay. The plan. Then why should I continue in this life? And there's no one around. Kayak pacaran. Duh, padana. Deform. Bevel. Lupanya. Kali DeFi. Ayo kamu chat. And this is so long. Nih.
Ketong bebasnya balik-balik lagi. Mungkin shampoo kamu gak 100%. Ayo kita cek.
By the time that you hear it, you are irrelevant.
So you want to try out and your title to go down the issue with the geometry tab, the down here.
Oh, geometry tab. Nikah.
Kok langsung satu sebab?
And you see, you have a couple things going on here, but we're going to open up the geometry tab, the geometry.
Geometry. Geometry. The calls in face. And then I didn't know while anyway. There's nothing happening cause you don't smile in my face. Talking you don't even have to try. You couldn't notify me tonight. Looking at the table, what I see you anyway. Hah? Oke.
Ulung nggak lagi
Jen.
din game.
Kondean mah anchor cak. Anchor malah anchor. Insan anchor nih. Insan anchor nih. Nangjap anchor. Nggak paham cara nge-anchor. Selangga senawaye. Wami. Objek convert mesh, objek convert mesh, convert to mesh. Ngerang. Terus nice, keren. Lah si anjing. Kok udah apa nih? Sini anjing udah apa nih? Oh udah anjing. Itu. Blender. Press W. Oh. Where is? Pakai terus saja. Nggak bisa cek circle.
Oh, kaya sing nen.
Geometri.
You want like a little as your snake, a little pipe, a little down here to the depth, and you can see when we turn the depth.
Okay. Let's convert to mesh. Okay.
Ya nih.
Okay. Lah. Lah. Oke. Lah. Oke, biarkan lah. Waduh. Yang satu kelas. Alt control. Ah.
It's the weekend. Better live your life, little bitch. You got no reruns. Tryna make a pile of buff for every season. Thank you for the memories. I don't do much in the day, that's why I got these vivid dreams. All your friends are fake, they lie about you, they don't ride for you. Only smiling for the cameras, they don't got vibe on it, they don't know I can vibe with it. 7 days inside a week, how you gon' waste your time with a girl? Ayy, too much on my motherfucking mind. Soul and brain, we argue every night. I don't need 2 glasses for my wine. If you love me, baby, please don't waste my time.
Nah, baby, I just drew the line, baby. Ready to see your necklace presses like a Disney ride, baby. Whichever what is fine, baby. You're my blessings in the sky, baby. Everybody touching my neck. Sorry, my room is a mess.
Pass me the light on my desk. Yeah, we gon' talk for a sec.
Yeah, I'm calling, I don't get it right. All the time, I think about you all the time. Don't even got no time. You always long for me, cause I just don't wanna let go. I'm serious, how the fuck is so outdated? I can't even manage it. Ah, baby, I just drew the line, baby. Right to see your necklace passes like a Disney ride, baby. I don't tell nobody, you're my blessings in disguise, baby. I don't wanna wait. How many y'all where I be called? I'm in the fair, we going nuts. I'm in the prize now, I gotta go. I'm problem, little bit, I'm in trouble. Still left phone resolve. I'm playing, that's how I recall it. I see love, staying up, I gonna rest, don't gotta sleep, yeah. Seeing this. Line them all, we can turn it to the dominoes, yeah. I'm at it again, we at it again.
Bukan.
Yuk. Oh, we at it again, we at it again. I'm in the field, we going nuts. You better think about it, cause I come with the prize now. I gotta go. Okay. Ganteng seng. Cara. Yeah. Hey, I said hard. Nonton. Hah? Anjir. No shortcut, bro. Oke lah. Stand up, I gonna rest. Don't gotta sleep, yeah. Best. Okay. 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 Lah. Okay. Subdivision.
It's a holiday. I got hoes on hoes and they out of control, yo. Hey, it's another way.
All niggas and go, and I hope that you know it. My eyes, and I don't know why. I can't even stay away. The house, doing rock shit. I came from biggest downtown.
I'm bad as Michael Jackson. All my niggas on go and I hope that you know it. I can't even close my eyes and I don't know why. Guess I don't like surprises. I can't even
Stay away from the game that I play. Nobody open doors. Probably less than.
You were caught in a lie, said it with your eyes. Said to all my homies that you weren't even mine. You didn't think twice, got a heart made of ice. And that shit hit me, did me dirty. I never asked why, and I never did cry. I never told another how I felt inside. Demons don't hide when I'm dreaming at night. And I won't mislead you, you'll miss me. Cause I don't give a fuck about you no more. Give me bad melodies or I'm kicking down doors. You weren't even pretty looking back and I'm sure you still miss me, that's so funny. I don't give a fuck about you, you swore you would never talk about me before you lied. Looking filthy in your ugly jean shorts. You still kissed me, now shit's history.
I don't mind if we speak again. I don't wanna be cool, I don't wanna be friends. Leave me half alive, all my homies, you was flirty. Fill me up with lies and you did me so dirty. Cause I don't give a fuck about you no more. Left me bleeding with my heart on the floor. You were never really mine, I was never really yours. You're the demon on my shoulder, I'm just trying to ignore. And I don't give a shit about your fake ass friends. Hollywood Hills where we play pretend. I don't wanna say I'm sorry, I don't wanna make amends. I will never make a mistake like you. Cause I don't give a fuck about you no more. Give me back my hoodies or I'm kicking down doors. You weren't even pretty looking back and I'm sure you still miss me, that's so funny. I don't give a fuck about you, you swore you would never talk about me before you lied. Looking filthy in your ugly jean shorts. You still kiss me, now shit's history.
Regardless, you're so heartless. Let my heart into your darkness. Hid the truth behind your harmless pretty face.
Anjay, anjay.
And I know you're running out of other options. Live in your head, rent free and neurotoxin. And I wake up every morning with a smile on my face, knowing full well you were put up for adoption. Oh shit, yeah, I went there.
But honestly, I don't care.
Never try to play fair with me. Broken with scars, making
Good.
all these remarks. So now this is the part where I leave. Cause I don't give a fuck about you no more. Give me back my hoodies or I'm kicking down doors. You weren't even pretty looking back and I'm sure you still miss me, that's so funny. I don't give a fuck about you, you swore you would never talk about me before you lied. Looking filthy in your ugly jean shorts. You still kiss me, now shit's history.
Aku dah lupa rencanamu hilang dalam waktu yang berlalu. Kini aku terbebas, aku mampu. Sakit sekarang lega, aku dah reda, tak nak pusing tanda tanya. Sakit sekarang lega, aku dah ludah, tanda tanya. Aku dah lupa, tak ingat lagi. Hilang dari hati, aku move on, hidup sendiri. Tak perlu kau, aku happy. Aku hilang dari hati, aku move on, hidup sendiri.
masa lalu pernah dengan luka kisah kita hanya sandiwara. Kini aku bangkit, aku cari bahagia. Selamat tinggal, aku bebas sayang.
Semua ku senyum saja. Hari cerah tanpa derita.
Oh, oh, oh,
Aku dah tahu
siapa aku?
kau dah jauh. Ku tak perlu.
Aku dah lupa tanya lagi. Nama kau pun hilang dari hati. Aku move on, hidup sendiri. Tak perlu kau, aku happy.
Dah.
Tanya lagi. Nama kau pun hilang dari hati. Aku move on, hidup sendiri. Tak perlu kau, aku happy.
Tak ingat lagi.
Nama kau pun hilang dari hati.
Ku hidup sendiri.
Dengan fitur putar di latar belakang di aplikasi YouTube Music, kamu bisa putar track resmi dan rekaman live di latar belakang. Sambil beresin barangmu yang berantakan di depan mata. Dapatkan YouTube Music Premium. Coba 1 bulan gratis.
Gun them down. What up, Eddie? Gun them down. Oh, you dig? 999 shit. When I'm in town, parties going down. Shoot them down with a 50 round. Run the town.
Boleh all you ever bound. So much money, damn, I forget to count. Look at my bank account. Look at the cash amount.
I get the cash amount. I do the dash amount. Look at my bank account. Look at the cash amount. I get the cash amount. I just be cashing out. Walking that bitch and I'm faded. I fuck that bitch when I'm faded. I got the M&M's. Come on, mom told her I made it. Yeah, mama, your son too famous. He on everybody playlist, but he still armed and dangerous. He a pop at a stranger. Sipping lean cliche, I still do it anyway. Red or purple in a cup, which one shall I pick today? Hey, hey, sipping hard, gun on me, no need for bodyguard. Aim at your body parts, yeah. Take off your body parts, yeah. I'm swinging when I'm off the ecstasy. That's a Molly Park, yeah. Iron on me, that's a Tony Stark, yeah. Pouring fours in a 20-ounce soda pop, yeah. I'm OC, 3 gram wood full of OG. Get BM dick like mommy. Gun make him flash Adobe. Pay up that cash you owe me, yeah. Bitch, I need it. Matter of fact, fuck that shit, I'm rich. You can keep it, yeah. Damn, rich niggas over here. Yeah, broke niggas over there. Damn, why is you over here? Go over there. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm in town. Parties going down. Shoot 'em down with a 50 round. Run the town. Ballin', where you at about? So much money, damn it, I forgot to count. Look at my bank account. Look at the cash amount. I get the cash amount. I do the dash amount. Look at my bank account. Look at the cash amount. I get the cash amount. I just be cashing out.
I'm still on that though. Y'all are never gonna know what that means.
They don't even got
Lah, hulung aja anjir. Oke. Lah, ambruk.
One punch KO till I ain't no way I'm running now. Hard to catch me fumbling, jet black heart beneath that sundress. Sold out tour pit stop in London town. Ain't no way I'm running now. Ain't no way I'm running. Yeah, right here, duck down, sail up. My job, one punch KO till I ain't no way I'm running now. Ain't no way I'm running. I don't wanna ever leave.
Never ride in a limousine before the whole car's empty.
You took a shot for the magazines, yeah. Another shot, John Kennedy. Why so upset? I ain't never let him touch you. Got us in the flesh.
Tell me yes, and what's new, shawty?
Meet me at the bottom.
This is how to weld two parts together. First, you have to go to home and click join devices. And when you have that activated,
here is how you can anchor everything in your Roblox game in 2 clicks. First, click on workspace, then head back to home and click on anchor. Make sure there's an outline over the bottom. This will tell us that
Anchor. Where is anchor? Anchor. 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 Okay. Anchor. 200 miles on empty, baby. Right here, dog, dog, say low.
Roblox shop GUI. Link is in description. Roblox shop GUI. Link is in description. Roblox shop GUI. Link is in description. Roblox shop GUI. Link is in description.
Work today is broken. We're all working in too many disconnected apps, and it's killing team productivity. But for the first time, there's
masih bersama. Kini waktu terasa berbeda tanpa
Dulu bicara, lalu Anda yang ingin mengulang sebuah kata yang telah hilang.
Today I'm going to be showing you how to make a shop open when you touch a pot. So let's get right into it. So firstly you want to have
Let's start to open shop. Touch shop. Ini dia boy.
Hey, what is up everyone? Welcome back to a brand new Roblox Studio video. My name is Floppy, and in today's exploring problem, this should show that the player is actually going to be touching. We'll actually go and make the part that the player is going to be touching. So, a shop area. And let's say this was outlined with a bit of a neon kind of look, or this is your pad that is going to open up your GUI. This is just for show. This right here is not going to be doing anything. It's going to be up to our touch part, which is then going to trigger the code. So this right here, this is just for decoration, and this is just for the representation of the area that is actually going to open the GUI. So we can go and change this to a color, just to maybe a blue, and this is just for show. This is not actually going to do anything. So we can leave this at part, but you can also go and change this to any other name you would like. But this is just going to be for show. And then now obviously we want to go and insert another part by going up here, click on the part, and inserting another part. Now keep in mind, you can also, cylinders tend to be the most areas screen. Now here's, this is just for show. This is not actually going to do anything. So we can leave this at part, but you can also go and change this to any other name you would like. The representation of the area that is actually going to open the GUI. So we can go and change this to a color, just to maybe a blue, and this is just for show. This is not actually going to do anything. So we can leave this at part, but you can also go and change this to any other name you would like. But this is just going to be for show. And then now obviously we want to go and insert another part by going up here, clicking on the part, and inserting another part. Now keep in mind, you can also use spheres, corner wedge, whatever you really want, even meshes. But cylinders tend to be the most common because some people quite like to have the kind of circle shaped little areas where people run into, and then they can go and purchase or get the GUI on their screen. That's the most common, but we're just going to keep it very simple with the normal blocks here. So this is now going to be our touch part. So how this is going to work is when this part here is touched, then the GUI is going to open onto the player's screen. Now we can go and just make this like this, and we kind of want to make it a little high. So if a player has to, for example, jump into this area over here, it'll still register, where if we just have it down here, it may not necessarily register. It will, but this one out here, by the time they've even started jumping in here, it's already prompted it and put the GUI on here. But if into GUI is going to open onto the player's screen. Now we can go and just make this like this, and we kind of want to make it a little high. So if a player has to, for example, jump into this area over here, it'll still register, where if we just have it down here, it may not necessarily register and trigger that really change to whatever you want. There's anything there. Ideally what we're actually wanting is to make it transparent so that it doesn't actually look like there's anything there, and this is just being our touch part. We then want to also go and turn off can collide, basically meaning that the players can collide with it, basically meaning that they can walk through it in a sense. It's basically not there when you actually go and play the game. You wouldn't even know it's there. All you would see is your bottom decoration part here. So now we want to go and change the name of our touch part, and I'm just going to name this touch part just.
That's what I'm here for. I ain't been getting high. Well, maybe a little, baby, I don't wanna lie. I know when you text me, girl, I don't always reply. Well, you're not an angel either, you can't even fly. I notice you think that you know shit. All this shade that's coming at me, I wonder who does it. They can't see the vision, boy, they must be out of focus. That's a real hot album, homie, I wonder who wrote it. Oh shit, oh take, pray them niggas go away. Oh, we sell the clowns around, it look like Circus Soleil. This is not the album either, these are just the throwaways. This shit still feel so cold when it drop. It's gonna be a motherfucking snow day. Hey, boy, it's good and he knows it. He don't say it, he shows it. I'm just like
This, because this is going to be our touch part that the player has to touch to be able to get access to that GUI. So now, please do keep in mind, you can also use cylinders. This is most often used with cylinders, but we're just going to keep it as a square, but it works the exact same with any other shape you have. So we've got our touch part, we've got our main decoration part here now. Now we want to actually go and create our GUI, which is going to be shown on the screen when a player enters this area. So, well, when a player touches this part. So we want to head over to our starter GUI, click on the plus button, and insert a screen GUI.
Oh, I spy with my little eye. A girly I can get cause she don't get too many likes. A curly-headed cutie I could turn into my wife. Wait, that means forever, ever, or never mind.
Click on the plus button next to your screen GUI and insert a frame. Now, it really depends on what sort of GUI you're wanting here. I'm just going to keep it very basic with just a standard plain GUI with a bit of text on it. It doesn't really matter what too much is on there, but obviously you can adjust this GUI accordingly. If this is going to be your Game Pass shop, then you'd have your Game Pass shop here and your Game Pass GUI right over here. So we're just going to leave it here like that for now. We do not need to change any of the names simply because we're kind of doing a script.parent sort of situation. But we are also going to want to now go and create a X button, which is actually going to remove the GUI from the player's screen if they go and click on the X button once they've gone and walked onto create a X button, which is actually going to we do not need to change any of the names simply because we're kind of doing a script.parent sort of situation. But we are also going to want to now go and create a X button, which is going to remove the GUI from the player's screen if they go and click on the X button once they've gone and walked onto this area here and they've triggered of that touch part. GUI opens, and let's say they want to leave. We now need to have an X button. So click on the plus button next to our frame and insert a text button or an image button. It's up to you. I'm just going to be using a text button because it's nice and simple and easy. Just change the text to X, text scale like that, simple and easy. Just add an image button. It's up to you. I'm just going to be using a text button because it's nice and simple and easy.
Okay.
Just change the text to X, text scale like that, and then we can also change. We'll just leave it like that. That's perfect. We don't need to change anything after that. So there's our X button there. We will get to the X button here in a second, but we first want to go and actually make the system where if that text scale like that, and then we can also change. We'll just there. That's perfect. We don't need to change anything after that. So there's our X button there. We will get to the X button here in a second, but we first want to go and actually make the system where if a player touches our touch part over here, then this GUI is going to open up, and then we will get over to our text button. So click on the plus button next to your frame and insert a local script. So now that you've inserted a local script inside of your frame, you want to go down to insert a local script. So now that you've inserted a local script inside of your frame, you want to go down to the description of this video, copy and paste the code that is in the description, bring it back to Roblox Studio.
Aduh, copy paste.
Remove all the previous code and then paste in the new code. So thankfully there isn't much we actually need to change.
Okay, let's follow.
In the script, the only thing we need to change is here on line 1 where it says part. Now depending on whatever your touch part is called will depend on what this is named. So if you guys remember, our touch part, which is our invisible part, is called touch part. So
okay. Namanya tadi touch pad.
So we would go and change part to touch part. It's basically like a shortcut, also known as a variable. Local touch part equals game.workspace wait for child, because we're waiting for that child to be there, which is touch part. So it waits for the child to be there before it then goes and finds touch part. So game.workspace wait for child touch part. Then it goes local GUI equals script.parent, basically meaning our GUI is from the script to the parent, so that is our main GUI, which is our frame, which is holding everything else, text, etc. It then goes touch part.touch. So when our touch part is touched, it then creates a function. So basically here on line 4 it goes if touch.parent find first child humanoid and touch.parent equals game.players.localplayer.character, then it will make the GUI visible. It will go GUI.visible equals true, basically meaning that the GUI is visible. So here on line 4, just to explain it slightly more, it goes if touch.parent, so our touch, the touch from the function, dot the parent of that touch, find first child is humanoid, and touch.parent equals game.players.localplayer.character, meaning nothing. Then if a humanoid tell us that the GUI, you want to click on the X button up here next to open. So we want to head over to our text button, which text button. You want to go down.
Understand. Yeah.
I got blue bills matched with the passes, blue jeans with a bad bitch inside of 2C. Schoolboy get his P's and Q's, I be groovy. Yes, I'm in the new scene, bitch. I got new keys in jacuzzi. You be in the nosebleeds, why they all moody, bitch. My bands be taller than Uzi. Get your mans, kick him out like Bruce.
Understand.
Down to the description of this video, copy and paste the key. We are ready to press button one click. It then creates a function basically. So over here to the parent. So script.parent, basically meaning this right now is currently true, basically meaning it's showing, but then it will go and make it false. Up here, click on the X button next to our local script. And now just before we go test out the game, you want to go and make sure that both of your parts are anchored. But once you've gone and anchored your parts, click on the play button up here to go test it out. So as you guys can see, we are now on the base plate. Now please excuse my avatar, I was in the process.
Okay. Lah. Oh, bah. Sat lah. Touch part.
Có một đến anh nhớ UI nó nuôi đi chắc.
Touch part kan? Touch part itu nih. Touch part can touch lah. Touch part. Touch part. Touch part. Touch part.
He's gonna be like, this nigga not really cooking. Ain't nobody ate that shit. Yeah, 3 of my niggas ate that shit. Fuck out my face. Got me fucked up.
Begini, kamu bisa berlangganan aplikasi streaming dan aplikasi musik.
Sabar.
Cukup bayar YouTube Premium hanya
Harus di anchor dulu kah?
YouTube Premium, coba satu bulan gratis.
Anchor udah di anchor kah? Anchor. That's why I'm curious. Everything is very furious. Dar, shit. Dar, okay, nice. If you wanna come and live in it, I do everything in it. If you call, whenever and call, whatever you call, we still gonna ball, whenever you call. Okay, nice. Yang karakter yang kita tekannya guys. Marwa modeling sana.
Iya dengannya cak.
Marajan modeling sana. warung tradisional dia ada referensi kan. Dininya kan piring-piring tuh ada apa gitu barangnya misalnya anggaplah nih. Kan cara nih nyemak. Kita nyemak, Cok.
Tekan kan ya?
Oh, tekan kan.
Di. Tidak?
Bisa. Apa dana string?
Limon ya kan udah pasti jauh-jauh.
Ya. Oh nih, zero gravity. Include script ya. Ya.
Oke, kita masuk ke kene ke pai.
Ke pai. Apa nih ngomong apa, Cok? Lah, wak ngimport kene san di Jawa ada apa?
Yo, apa?
Nih. Wah, ada aneh teko, Cok. Oh, ini barang. Yes. Terus drag, Cok. Ini yang di piring. Kamu ya?
Jujuin maksudnya kayak jujuin.
Kan dia ngidang nah. Di piring tuh.
Ini. Aduh.
Anjing hilang. Kabar lo. Jangan suka jangan kontrol nih, Cok.
Oh, Cok.
Harus kene kontrol. Jujuin. Jujur. Kita
melayang gitu sih.
Tinggal jejak apa bubu ya? Aduh deh, wak sing ngidang ngisi. Akhirnya ngisi ya.
Benar kan sih? Jelasan jejak kan sih?
Kata
demi ajan sih.
Tadi yang jangan ada. Woi, apa nih?
Kayaknya. Oh, hilang sih, Jon.
Hah?
Apa ini? Neno.
UI apa?
Nih.
Visible-in ya, Cok. Harus visible-in nah. Oke, nu nyinah UI nah.
Nu nyinah UI nah.
UI putih.
Hah? Pas di jodoh nyinah UI nah, tapi pas mau kerjaan ini kan sing hilang ya.
Oh tuh, kanan atas ada cancel, Cok.
Oh tuh, cancel.
Konten jangan lah foto.
Iya,
Konten jap. EAE. Nah, gitu malah jangan. Binjam kan bedain ya. Tinggal jangan UI-nya siapa. Di depan Eiffel Tower ada event deposit aku dibayar bertahun. Karena USD is my power.
With Magnum Cafe Ole.
Amalaba Kuala Lumpur.
Hey, what is up everyone? Welcome back to a brand new Roblox studio.
Medan Singapura. Anjing. Bukan how to make, Cok, kebanyakan template anjir, kayak cara belajar ngoding.
Oh.
Template. Oh, ini baru belajar nih.
Name. And then what we're doing essentially is taking the player's name. The next thing we're going to do is create a simple frame so that we can open it whenever this part gets touched. So to do that, what we're going to do is scroll down in the Explorer menu. You're going to locate Starter GUI and click on the part we want to work on.
Hah? Di sih ngomong apa dah? Ting. Oke, button.
There we go. And we'll remember happen some. This is going to be equal to frame dot close button. Now down here I can start with that item. So it's going to be close button dot mouse button one click. That the frame pops up right here. So right now it's stuck on the screen and the player can still walk around. So the next thing we're going to work on is whenever the player has the menu up, we're going to stop this player from moving. Before we move on to the next part of the script, just like for the parts, we're going to give our frame a unique name. So what we're going to do is we're going to right click on frame and then press rename. And since we're doing a shop, let's go ahead and call it shop. Since we renamed this to a different name, we're going to have to update our script a little bit. Don't worry, it's not a major change. All we have to do is right here where it says frame, we're going to change that to shop. Okay, and the next thing we're going to work on is, in addition to popping up that menu, we're going to freeze the character. So the next thing we're going to change that to shop.
Oke, coba kita dari depan.
Be equal to. And the part we're going to put on the other side is like a reference for it. So basically this is where it's located in the game. So we're going to start with the word game. And then inside the game, it's in the workspace. So we're going to say dot workspace. Inside the workspace, the name of the part is open part. So we're going to say dot and then open part. And we're going to do the same thing for our other part. So we're going to say local. For this one, we can call it close for the different parts. Let's go and start by saying local open. So this is going to be a variable for this part right here. And this is going to be equal to. And the part we're going to put on the other side is like a reference for it. So basically this is where it's located in the game. So we're going to start with the word game. And then inside the game, it's in the workspace. So we're going to say dot workspace. Inside the workspace, the name of the part is open part. So we're going to say dot and then open part. And we're going to do the same thing for our other part. So we're going to say local. For this one, we can call it close. And this is going to be equal to game dot workspace, since it's in the same spot. And this time, the name of this part is close part. So we're going to say dot and close part. Okay, we're also going to create a variable for this frame. To do that, we're going to say local frame. And this is going to be equal to script dot parent. And the first thing we want to do is make this frame invisible when the player first spawns into the game. So to do that, we're going to say frame dot visible. So this is the frame's visible property, and you can set that manually by looking under the frame. And if you scroll down a little bit, there's a property that says visible. So by setting this equal to true, it'll make the frame visible, and by setting it equal to false, it'll make it invisible. So since we want it invisible, we're going to say equal to, and then false. So what this does, it unchecks this box, and it'll make the frame invisible when the player first spawns into the game. So let's go and stop here for a second and test out the code, just to make sure there's no mistakes. So everything looks good so far. When I spawn into the game, there's no frame. Alright, so let's go ahead and continue now. The next part we want to work on is making the frame appear whenever a player touches this part right here. So let's go and do that. So let's go and open up the script. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a function that'll open up this frame, put a parameter, and that's going to be a folder. So whatever players are in your game gets stored in this folder here. So inside this folder, we're going to be searching for something. So we're going to say colon, and then find first child. And what we're going to be looking for is we're going to start by saying other part. So that'll be the body part. We're going to say dot parent, and this will get the player's model. From the player's is equal to true.
Okay.
With just a computer, access to the internet, and some scripting, you can truly create your own front page game. Learning to script isn't too hard, and if I could go back in time, this is exactly how I would do it. This video is broken up into a few sections, including your mindset, learning scripting, and your developer environment. And it's definitely hard, but if you're willing to put in just a little bit of work, you can learn how to script by yourself in just as little as a month. So whether you're a builder, UI designer, or have no Roblox development experience, this video is meant for you. Let's get into it. Mindset. Scripters and programmers alike think differently when it comes to solving problems. We approach our lives and problems in a certain way. I can confidently say that my day-to-day life became different when I learned how to script. We know and understand that no matter how difficult the problem is, there is always a solution. Adopt a coding mindset. For every problem, annoyance, or task even outside of the script editor and Roblox Studio, as someone who wants to learn how to script, you need to begin thinking and get into the mindset that there is always a solution. You just have to find it. Whether that solution takes a few seconds, minutes, hours, or even days to solve, there is always a solution. This means that the internet is your best friend. Your keyboard is broken? Don't worry, pull up YouTube and search for a fix. Windows blue screen? Don't worry, Google Windows blue screen with the error the screen gave you. Problem solving. The reason a lot of people quit scripting is because they get stuck on a really huge bug and literally rage quit. As a scripter, you need to believe that you can solve the problem. At 3 AM working on something like a buggy pet system, the only thing that keeps me moving is the fact that there is a solution. I just need to find it. The next thing I want to cover is that the computer is always right. If you're ever working from a tutorial and it works for the person in the video, but something goes wrong on your end, you can't blame the computer. You copied something wrong. This happens far too often even on this channel as I make tutorials. Coding is just a tool for problem solving. It's actually just the easy part. The part where you need to solve the problem is the hard part. It's the part where, again, most people quit scripting. You don't have to know the whole LuaU library. Heck guys, I don't even know the whole LuaU library. What you do need to know is the problem solving part. Once you have that down, coding becomes the easy part. Learning. This section of the video will guide you on what you need to do in order to learn scripting, and how I would have done it if I could go back in time. First, get familiar with a certain strand of scripting. Learn a certain side of scripting and get comfortable with it. It doesn't have to be what you use in the future or what you even want to do. Find something easy like data store service and master it. To be honest, I wish I had done something easy first and then moved on to step 2. After you master that one thing, branch out. For example, player service and data store service go hand in hand. Then connect that to something like GUI and use that to branch into remote events, local scripts, and scripting the UI on players' screens. One thing I want to add before the next section is that you are always learning. After a year of commissions, I'm still learning and it won't ever stop. That brings us to the next section, personal projects. Now that you have knowledge of front-end, local scripts and UI, and back-end, like saving data, start making a personal project. This right here is mine. Now it's not the best game on Roblox, but it's better than what a scripter who just started without the help of this video could make by themselves, and I'm proud of it. Now it doesn't have to be a simulator, but it can be anything you want. I would personally now do an obby that saves your stages and spawns you at the stage you left at for my first personal project. Your developer environment. Your dev environment is one of the most important things you should be taking care of. Roblox Studio really limits us, and you don't want to get into Rojo and Visual Studio Code at this point, so I recommend taking 5 to 10 minutes and customizing Roblox Studio to your liking. Remember, you don't have to copy me, and you can use whatever works best for you. Congrats! Remember, coding is problem solving. Typing is the easy part. By this point, you are well on your way to becoming a scripter.
Dikasih kene guys. Dikasih rekomendasi untuk pemula kene. Untuk pemula codinger. Anjing mic wak jatuh.
Oh iya.
Belajar data store kan ya, data store. Oke.
Then wish I want to do. Find something easy like data store service and master it.
Clearman, dirancang khusus untuk kulit kepala pria. Scalp barrier kuat, semua ketombe disikat.
Baru, Poppy Mini sekarang jadi Poppy Snack. Ganjel lapar, snackin aja sob.
Hello, my fellow gnomes, and welcome back to another video. Today we're looking at data store service. So if you want to save data between individual play sessions of your game, then this is the video to watch. Stick around and I'll show you how. Okay, so we're in the basic city template, and you'll see I've got this script in ServerScript service called data. It's a pretty simple little script. All I do is I get the player service, wait for a player to join, and then I create a simple leader stats for them. We just have a value called dollars. And if I go in and I play the game, you'll see when we load in, here we are, we've got $0. It's obviously some kind of driving game. Maybe we could drive about the city if we wanted to. And if I went onto the server here, and on the server I gave myself some money, so I go into leader stats and I say, I want $500, 500 of your finest dollars, please. And I keep playing. You can see I've got $500 in the game now. But if I was then to leave and then rejoin, well, obviously that data is not going to save. So now I'm straight back to 0. No, all my progress has been lost, doesn't it? So if you want to store data, we're going to need something called data store service. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new variable, local data store service equals game get service data store service. And once we've got that service, we need a database to store things in. Now you can have as many of these as you like, but I tend to just have one, and we'll just call this database. So then it's data store service, and we use the get data store function, and then you type the name of it. I'm just going to call this data, just nice and easy. And then I'm also going to create something called what I call session data. So if we think of this database, that's where all the data is actually saved and stored. And then I'm going to have a session data just to keep track of which players are currently in the game. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to want to save data when the player leaves. So I've got a player added function, but I'm going to need a player removed function. So let's go down here and we'll say function player leaving, have a player parameter again, and then we'll activate this function. So players.player removing event, and then we can connect that to the player leaving function we've just created. There we go. And of course we can test this is working just by printing out player is leaving. And so if I now click play and I'm in the game and I click stop, we should see gnome code is leaving down in the output. Now sometimes this event won't actually fire, in which case it sometimes helps to open up a test server using the local server, but it seems to be firing right now, so that's good, all good. But the next thing we're going to want to do is we're going to want to check if they have any data to store. So we'll delete this and we'll check if we'll look inside the session data and we'll see if there's anything inside the session data with the player's user ID. Because the last thing we want to do is save a bunch of empty data. So this is really important, and this is how a lot of data store issues happen, is if someone joins your game, they don't load any data by mistake, and then they leave and you save a load of blank data. So you wipe all of their saved data. Obviously that's no good. So now we know there is some data within the session to save. Let's go ahead and save it. So we're going to create a few variables. Local success equals nil, and local error message, that will equal nil as well, and then local attempt, and this is going to be 1 initially. So then what we're going to do is we're going to try and set async. So we say database set async, which allows us to take a key. So in this case, it's the player's user ID, and assign some data. And in that case, it's going to be the session data and the user ID key within that session data. Now, this function isn't always guaranteed to succeed. It's possible we'll try to save data and won't be able to connect to the Roblox servers. So to make this a little bit more redundant, we're going to do two things. First of all, we're going to wrap it inside a P call. So we can say success error message equals P call, wrap it inside of a function. P call brackets function, and then close it off down here. Oh, my typing is all over the place today, isn't it? Success, and make sure we are using the database. There we go. So this will either be true or false, depending on whether this actually works. So it's protected call, which allows us to check if the function's working correctly. But then if it doesn't work correctly, we will probably want to try again. So we're going to wrap this entire thing in a repeat until loop. So we'll move it inside of there. And then we're going to repeat until we have success, or we've tried, say, 5 times. So if the attempt equals 5. And then inside the loop after that, we will need to add to the loop. So we'll say attempt plus equals 1. So it's starting on 1, but then each time we go around the loop, we'll add to it until we get to 5. And then if we actually are successful, or if we're not successful, I should say, if not success, then we're actually going to want to warn into the output here and leave a little message. So we'll type out that error message, and then we're going to actually wait. So we'll say task.wait, and maybe we'll wait 2 or 3 seconds is probably fine. Let's wait 3 seconds before we try again. And then outside of this repeat loop, we'll say if we were successful, then we will print out data saved for, and we can type the name of the player. And else, if we weren't able to save, else we can say warn unable to save for player.name. So that's our player saving. Now we just need to have our player loading. So if we go up into our player added, and we're going to do a very similar thing. So we're going to have in here, we can have a local success value. Again, that's going to be 0. We're going to have a local player data value, which will also equal 0 initially. And again, we'll have an attempt counter, which will start off at 1. And in fact, let's just copy this little repeat loop. Okay, so we'll copy this, and again, we'll have an attempt counter, which will start off at 1. And in fact, let's just copy this little repeat loop. Okay, so we'll copy this and paste it up here. But this time, instead of it being error message, we're going to set that to player data. And instead of set async, we want to get the data. So we use get async. And then obviously there's no data to send. So we're just getting any data with that ID. And we then want to return it this time. So we're going to return the value of this to the player data variable. And if there's not success, then this will actually be equal to a error as before. So if it's not able to return this, the protected call will return an error, and so we can warn it down the output, and we'll wait again, and we'll keep going until we've had 5 attempts. But if we are successful, so if success, then we will print connected to database. And then we want to check if we have found any data or not, because we might connect to the database but there might not actually be anything saved with that ID. So let's check. We'll say if there was no player data, if not player data, then we will need to assign some data. So we can just print out to the output again, assigning default data. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a little table of data. So we'll say player data equals, and we use these squiggly brackets, and then we're going to type out all the data we want. So I'm going to have a value called dollars, and this can be equal to anything. It's just our starting amount. I want them to start off with just $50. Okay. And then as well, seeing as it's kind of a car game, maybe a city game, I could also store some other random values in here. I could have cars, that could be a table, and maybe we would have a Ferrari, Mazda, and Audi, just for good measure. Okay, so we're storing three strings, 3 car names, just for another example. And then after we've set up this default data, we're going to want to make sure that whatever the session data, remember that's the big table that stores all of the players' data in this game server, we're going to want to go to that, get the player.user ID, and we're going to set it to player data, which means it's either going to be the default data that we've just set up, or the data that we got back from our database. And so once we've done that, maybe we will just set up some kind of alternative. If it wasn't successful, then we can say else new line warn unable to get data for, and we'll print out the player's user ID. And then if we've tried 5 times, we've waited 15 seconds essentially, and we haven't been able to load anything, then we probably just want to go ahead and remove them from the game. So then we'll say player kick, and we can just type out a message, unable to load your data. We'll notice it's not actually going to work for us. We're going to get a API services rejected your request with error, and these are going to stack up now. 3, and it'll do 4, and then it'll wait another 3 seconds and we'll get our number 5, and then oh look, we've been kicked. Oh dear. So what's going on here? Well, we know our kick message is working at least, but the problem is we haven't enabled those permissions. So what we need to do is we need to make sure it's a published game. So I'm going to go ahead and publish this to Roblox, create a new game. I'll just call this data store test, and we'll create that. It's going to reload the Roblox Studio window. It's called it Gnomecode's place number 86. Roblox Studio sometimes does that, but at least we know it's a published place now. And we can go to the home and the game settings page. And if we click here and we go to security, we will find enable studio access to API services. And if we toggle that and we save, and then I click play again, I should now have connecting to database, assigning default data in the output. So we know we have connected. Of course, I've just got my $0 as before, but hang on, you're thinking, didn't I set a default of 50? What's going on there? Well, let's hit stop. What's actually happened there is that, and when I've hit stop, just you can see it said data saved for Gnomecode, so we know it's saved as well. But what's happened is because we're using these leader stats values, and we haven't really connected these leader stats values into this random table we just created. So once we've got the data, what we should do is set its value. So we have it's called dollars, and we'll copy the name of the variable $.value, and we want that to be equal to the session data and then the player.userid, and then we want to get the value of dollars. So we can put $. There we go. And we also want to react to if this it's an int value, right? It's an int value. If it ever changes, we want to change the value what's stored in the table as well. So I'm going to say just below here, $.changed. Connect that to a function, and then all I'll do is I'll say that session data player.userid.dollars, and I'll make that equal to whatever the new value of dollars is. So we're making sure that these two values.
Raih ketenangan Ramadan dengan Live In by Mandiri. Download Live In dan buka tabungan now.
Only one movie is the happiest, sneeziest.
Enough!
I'm going to show you how to very simply store data on Roblox using a data store service. So firstly, you need to create a variable for the data store service, which will do just like this. And once you've got the data store service, we need to actually create a data store for our game. Now you can have as many data stores as you like. So I'm just going to create a variable for this by saying data store service get data store, and you have to give it a name. So I can call it my data store 1. If you wanted to if you wanted to reset everybody's data, you could just increment this value to 2, and it will store data in a different data store. So we'll just keep it as my data store, whatever you want basically. And then what you have to do in order to set some data is you need to have a key and you need to have a value. So the value is obviously whatever value you want to store. So it could be the number of coins you have, or the number of XP, or it could be the name of the pet that you have got equipped. It could be any data, right? It could be a table, it could be a string, it could be a number, it could be any data really. Although you can't store things like vector3 values, things like that. It has to be quite basic data forms. So tables, strings, numbers, and true or false values. That's basically what you can store in a data store. So you've got pretty good scope of what you can save. So that's the value. So that's the actual data. But if we were saving data for loads of players, we wouldn't know whose data it actually is. If we had all these different values, millions and millions of these values, if you had millions of players, you don't know whose data you're dealing with. So what's the point in saving data if you don't know who it belongs to? Well, that's where the key comes in. And the key is like an identifier or some kind of tag that just goes along and is stored hand in hand with that data, with those values, to say who it belongs to. And it needs to be unique for every single player. Otherwise, we would have players who have the same data. So we need some kind of identifier, some kind of piece of data that is unique to every player. It's different for every single player, almost like a fingerprint to identify a player's data. And luckily, what we can use for that is their user ID. So every user on Roblox has a user ID. And if you're wondering how you can find that, well, just go to your Roblox profile and you will find that we all have a user ID, and 3069, that's my user ID. So by using a player's ID, we can separate and distinguish their data from somebody else's. So it would end up looking like this. So you'd have your ID and it corresponds to your data, and then every other player would also have their own ID, so these would be 3 separate players, but since they have different IDs, if we wanted to look up my data, we could just look for my user ID and it would correspond to my data. So let me show you how this works. So we have the key, we have the value. So how do we set somebody's data? Well, you get your data store, which we've just set as a variable here, and you say : set async. And set async lets you set a value to a particular key. So let's firstly provide the key. Now this will be my Roblox user ID, and then we'll have a comma, and now we can actually store our data. So I could set it to a table, and in this table we could have coins equals 50, XP equals 0. You know, and you could have even more table. You could have a table to store all of your pets. You could have a daily login streak. You know, you could store all your data in here, and then it would go up to the data store. So if we were to click on run,
anjing iklan. Hei, yang tidur sing.
Oh, we need to publish the game.
Sing udah. Yeah.
So if we click on stop and we go to file and publish, okay, I'm just going to publish the game here. And then I'm going to go to game settings. I'm going to click on security, and I'm going to enable studio access to API services. Click on save, and then click on run. And what will you can't see anything that's happened. Nothing has happened in the output, but our data store request will have gone through. And a really easy way to check this is by going to plugins and getting the data store editor by Slightnick. Okay, you can find this. I'll leave a link in the description. I think it costs Robux, so you don't have to get it, but I'm just going to use it to prove that our data has been saved here. So I'm going to connect to my data store. I need the name of my data store, which we set as my data store. And again, this is per place. Okay, so this won't be saved between Roblox games. It's only for this one place. So we now need to look for our key, which is going to be 14943069, because that's my user ID. And the keys are always strings. Whilst this is a number, it has to be a string, so we have to wrap it in speech marks. And you can see, look, my data is there. We've saved the coins, login streak, pets, and XP, so it is there. The next question is, how do we actually get this data? So what if you want to get someone's data? Well, it's very, very similar. We will just say get async in this instance, and we only need to provide the key. We don't need to provide any other data because we're getting, not setting. And this should be data store, my bad. And so we could then print data store get async, and this should print the table that we've just saved, which is just done. So that is how you set and get data. However, there's a few things we still need to go over. Now, because this get async returns the data, we can actually set it as a variable. Okay, so you might want to do something with this data later on. Perhaps you want to, you know, print a specific value, such as data.daily login streak, and that will print out 1. Okay, there you go. But there's a few things we need to actually look at before we go forwards. Now, firstly, we're only setting data for a specific player here, right? Because we've provided my user ID. How would we do this for any player who joins the game? Well, what we need to do is we need to firstly wrap this in a player added function, like this. Okay, and we now have access to a player that will join the game. So we'll take this code, and we'll put it in our player added event, and instead of giving the user ID here, directly as mine, we'll say player.userid. But because this is a number, we need to convert it to a string. So we'll put it in brackets and we'll write toString. And now for every player that joins the game, they're going to have this template data stored to the data store under their user ID. And the next thing we need to do is we need to actually put this in a P call. Now, because this is an API call, we're making a request to Roblox's servers to set someone's data. There's a chance that it could go wrong. So we are going to wrap this in a P call. And you say P call, and then in brackets you have a function like this. And you need to have a closing bracket on the end of it. And what this will do is, because it's now wrapped in a P call, if something goes wrong, for example, if Roblox's servers go down, this isn't going to break our script. It's not going to throw an error, okay? And this, you know, this is quite common because Roblox can have outages. For example, if Roblox, what this will do is, because it's now wrapped in a P call, if something goes wrong, for example, if Roblox's servers go down, this isn't going to break our script. It's not going to throw an error, okay? And this, you know, this is quite common because Roblox can have outages, which means that their servers go down, you can't access data stores. And so we wouldn't want to break our script and stop it from running if that was to happen. But by wrapping it in a p call, it wouldn't throw an error that would stop the script from running.
Okay.
So we've now set a player's data.
Anjay iklan.
Ada voting bundle Magic Cube dan bundle lembaran gratis. Oh ini
The template data when they join the game. But what would happen here is every time they rejoin the game, it would overwrite their data. So we only want to do this if they're a new player. So how do we check to see if they're a new player? How do we know if they haven't played the game before? Well, we could try and make a request to the data store to say, has this player played before? So we could say local data equals data store get async toString player.userid. And if data is nil, then we will set the player's data to this template.
Okay.
And I'm actually going to move this table outside of the
Template.
set async. I'm just going to put it at the top of our script, and this will be the template data file. Okay. So if the player doesn't have any data, then we will just set the data to be the template. Actually, no, we shouldn't do that. What we'll do is we will set async like this. Okay, and then what we'll do is down here, perhaps you have some data that you want to load, for example, their coins. Right, you could then say in the else down here, if the data is there, it's loaded obviously, so you could print data.xp, you could print data.coins, you know. But if they are a new player, then we will say data equals, and I'm going to make a deep copy of a table. And what that means is I want to create a clone of this table, of this template, with what that's, and I'm going to make a deep copy of a table. And what that means is I want to create a clone of this table, of this template, without any relation to it. If I was to say data equals template, then this could get a little bit messy, because there would still be a link between this table and the data. So if I made any changes to it, it might alter the template table. I'm not too sure on it. So if I was to say data equals template, then this could get a little bit messy, because there would still be a link between this table and the data. So if I made any changes to it, it might alter the template table. I'm not too sure on this, but what I like to do for safety is I just like to set it as a deep copy, so it's a completely separate, unrelated table to the template here. And then this can actually get moved out of the if statement. Right, okay, this should work well. So let me just explain what I've done. So if the player has no data, we are going to set their data variable to be a completely fresh copy of the template, rather than a link to this specific template variable. And then we're setting that to their data store, and then outside of this if statement, by the time we get to here, the player will have some data, whether it's the data that's been loaded from the data store or the data from the template table. So we can do whatever we want with their data. If they, if you have some leader stats, you could set their leader stats to these values. If you wanted to increment their login streak, you could do that. But every time you alter their data table, you'll need to set async. Okay, so if I was to, later on, if I was to increment their coins, I would need to always call set async. Now this is a very, very basic implementation of data store, and there's many different ways you can do it. For example, you could use a framework such as the profile service or data store 2. The purpose of this video was more so to teach you how get async and set async works. This isn't necessarily how you would do it if you had a big game, for example, but it's just meant to teach you how keys work, values work, and data store in general. So that's it basically. Let me know if you found it useful, if you have any more ideas for videos.
good. It's good. How to system. Okay.
Baru Men's Biore Bright Expert. Cepat bersihkan noda hitam.
Oke.
combo keju.
Ya udah guys.
Nah gini. Ya apa karena timer?
Hardcore gaming. Ini biru-biru nih, hijau-hijau nih timer. Sat. Anjing jago. Sat.
Oh pantas salah.
Yah mati kaca. Mati kaca. Nah, kudi pipi. Sat anjay. Sat. Good. Nice. I like this. Nggak cocok kayaknya dah.
Apa?
Pohon.
Oh ganti.
Jawab ganti. Nah codingan kan lu guys. Jawab urusan dah.
Bervitamin D, protein, dan kalsium. Nutrition Play Combo Keju. Micellar Water. 1 kali swipe tuntas bersihkan debu dan makeup. Nothing cleans better than the original micellar.
Hey, what is up everyone? Welcome back to a brand
Nah,
new
kok sing anjir.
video. My name is Floppy, and in today's tutorial we're going to be going over how to make a coin system in Roblox Studio. So coins are used in a variety of different games, but also keep in mind coins or this coin tutorial can also be used for anything else. So for example, let's say you wanted to have a win thing or a part that gives a win leader stat when they reach maybe a top of somewhere. You could also use the system. Obviously you just go and change it to your preference and you change the name of the currency. Because what we're basically doing here is we're making it so when a player touches a part, they're given a value of a currency. So it can either be 5 coins, 5 wins, 1 win. Really it is up to you. So you can customize this as much as you want. So please do keep in mind that this is not specifically based around a coin system. In this tutorial, I'm going to be doing a demonstration as we're making this as a coin system, but this coin system can be used in any way on how you actually want to give a player a leader stat. So please do keep that in mind when watching today's tutorial.
Okay.
So these sort of systems are put into games simply so there is actually something else that the player can go do. For example, let's say you have an obby game. They complete a stage, they get these coins. They're then able to go spend those coins to get upgrades, to maybe purchase something new, or maybe purchase some more speed, for example. So that is what really coins are used for. Another example is in a simulator. You can go maybe collect things, or maybe go break a chest. You get coins to go and then upgrade something, go and purchase something. That is what the whole coin system is actually used for in the majority of Roblox games. So in today's video, there's going to be 2 ways on how we're going to do it. We're going to do one way of just a part, or for example our coin, just standing there on the base plate, and then when a player touches it, they're given that leader stat, and then after 5 seconds that part then respawns, but it is respawning in the same area or in the exact same location as it previously did, basically meaning it is not moving around, it is not regenerating elsewhere. The difference between System 1 and System 2 is that System 2 is going to have a regeneration system, basically meaning that once a part is then removed, another part is then going to spawn. Or what you could actually even say is when that part is then collected after, let's say, 5 seconds, it's going to spawn somewhere else in the specific area that we allocated. So for example, let's say here on the base plate, let's say we'll use this little box for example. Let's say this is our little box, we have our main part here when we first join in, great, we go and collect it. Then after 5 seconds it'll kind of disappear, you know, and then a new one will regenerate, but now it won't normally spawn here like it would in System 1.
it's going to be spawning over here. So it's
Okay.
always going to be changing no matter what.
Okay.
So obviously then you go and apply whichever system works best for your game. If you're just wanting a standard, blank currency there that you could maybe use in your I don't know, +1 jump game, for example, and you can get a win each time you touch that part, then you'd most likely stick around with the standard system one, where the part or the currency block is just sitting right there and it's not moving around all over the place. Where system 2, it's moving throughout a specific area that you allocate it to. So the first thing that we're going to be doing here is making sure our exploring properties are enabled. If our exploring properties are not enabled, head up to the top bar here, click on view and enable exploring properties, and they should show up somewhere over your screen. You then now want to go and insert your part which you're going to be using to actually gain the currency. For example, we're going to be using a coin, so we're going to go and insert a cylinder here, and now I'm just going to size this down so it looks almost like a little bit of a coin. I guess you could say this is a bit of a gold coin here. So that is going to be our main coin for this tutorial. Obviously you go and create it however you would like it, but this will do the job here for now. So there we go, there's our coin, done. So now the next thing we want to do here that is needed is we want to make sure can collide is disabled. Basically what this means is that the player can walk through the part, but you see it's not going to really matter too much, because when we go and touch it, it's going to then be removed no matter what. The only thing that we're doing here and we're preventing is when the player touches this, that they're blocked by it, almost like they're blocked like a wall. It's going to be blocking the player like a wall, where now if we have it off, we walk through it, it's going to, no matter what, disappear, even though we have can collide off. But now it will just be like a nice smooth walkthrough. It's not going to be like a oh dear, you stopped here, now that you can only go once the party's been So you want to go and disable can collide there in the properties. So now we want to head over to our server script service, and now we're going to be inserting the main first part of the system, which is actually the data saving and the leader stats.
Okay,
now
data start lagi. Okay. Let me go here.
Oh yeah.
Brup, 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 brup. Kan caranya? Part. Okay. Here's the part right here. Okay. Naikkan. Rotate. Skala. Ini skala. That's
hello world.
Hello world.
Hello world.
Oke. Ini kayaknya. Oke. Kita hilangkan can collide. Oke. Hilang. Oke. Done.
If you already have a leader stats and a data saving script, maybe from a previous tutorial of me making a
air
gede. I got away. The time. Symmetry. No, no. No, no. My way, my life. It's time. My right, no, my right.
Aku kembali.
Yes.
Waduh, jane waduh.
Masih.
A developer product to get currency, for example, you want to use that exact same data script.
If not,
it doesn't really matter
if
on what
not,
data script you have, as long as it's in the folder of leader stats and
Oh,
you've
yeah.
got the correct value name or the correct name.
Oh,
value, then you
Huh?
won't have any problems.
Huh?
But in every single tutorial, I use the exact same data script. So if you're using one from the previous video of a developer to get currency, use that one. But if you do not already have a data saving script, you want to go over to the server script service, plus button.
Halo. Akan kamu?
Nice. If
and then select the script and then open up the script here. So now that we've gone and inserted the script inside of our server script service, you want to head down to the description of this video, copy and paste script 1. It is going to be named script 1 data saving script. You want to go and copy that, all of that, and then bring that back to Roblox Studio, remove all the previous code, and then paste in the new code. Now there are basically 80 lines of code here. It is quite a long script, but this is necessary. So if you're wanting the player's stats to save when they go and leave the game, then they can, because it's realistically that is what is in most games. Again, if you do not want the players' data to save and all their coins to save, so when they join back it's there again, then obviously don't add the server script service and the data script that we've inserted just now. Don't add that, but this is pretty, normal to have in any sort of game that you're using currency, because it can be very, very irritating if you're playing a game for so long. Let's say you're playing a game for 2 hours, you got 1 million currency, you leave, and then you join back, and now you've got to restart all from the beginning, So this is our main data script here. Now there are a couple of things we can change. It really depends on what your currency is going to be. So here on line 7, I'll quickly zoom in here for you folks. Here on line 7, we're basically doing a player added. So what we're identifying here is our local coins, which is our coins here. So what we basically are doing here, this all, by the way, identifies everything with data. We identify the players there, run service, data store server, data, and session data. That's all got to do with the data. The whole script has got to do with the data. This main part here is really disregarding the leader stats. So we basically identify our local coins. You can have this either way around. If you identify the leader stats first or the coins first, it doesn't matter. You'll eventually get around to it. So local coins equals instance.new, which is basically creating a new number value there. It then goes and changes the coins. Remember, our coins is instance.new number value. So the number value is now named coins. Now, depending on whatever you want your currency to be called, you'd go and change that right there. Whatever text that is called coins and is green and blue, you go and change it. The grey one is not necessary, simply because, it doesn't affect it in any way. The only thing that's going to affect your gameplay is the green coins and also the blue coins. So I've gone and left a note everywhere where you actually need to go and change the coins. So you can see here, change coins to whatever your currency is called, coins there, where else? I'm pretty sure that's about it. But
anywhere that's got coins, you go and change it, and then you'll have no problem. So if you want to change this to cash, you change it to cash, and then you just change it wherever else I've gone and noted that you need to go and change it. So once you've finished adjusting your data script here, you want to head over here, click on the X button next to your script. So now that you've finished adjusting your data script, we now actually want to go and continue making it. So when the player goes and touches this part, then we are given a leader stat. We're going to be starting off with system 1, where the part does not move, it stays right here. When the player touches it, it goes invisible. Then after 5 seconds, it then, becomes visible again in the exact right location, and it doesn't move. Now, keep in mind, obviously, when we go and add the stat, that data saving script is now going to save that, so that we will never ever actually have any data loss. So now that you've gone and got your coin, you've got your data script, and that you kind of understand what's going on here, you will now want to click on the plus button next to your part and insert a script. You then want to go down to the description of this video, copy and paste the code that's in the description, bring it back to Roblox Studio. This is going to be called script 2. This is going to be called one without randomation, something similar to
Anjir, Pak. Tutorial copy paste anjing.
Oh, Cok, Uzana masih ada kita, Cak. Kopi anjir. Berapa detik dong kopi anjir.
Dan ini
anjir, online close Chrome.
So script 2, go and remove all the previous code and then paste in the new code. So now there's a couple things that we do actually need to change in here, and which is actually quite important to make sure that it does work correctly. So first of all, here on line 1, it goes local. Now this is what we can change. This is the amount of coins that is going to be added to the player's leader stat value each time they go and touch that coin. So let's say you wanted to give the player 10 coins each time to go and touch a coin, then you'd put it at 10 coins. But we're just going to be keeping it at 1 so we can easily keep track. Here on line 2, it goes local respawn time. Respawn time is basically the time between when and how often the coin, becomes visible again and the player is able to collect it. So we've got it set to 5. We can actually go and change this to 2.5 just so we can kind of get a bit of a better demonstration here for you all, and you're not waiting around too long. So that is our respawn time. We can leave local debounce here. We're identifying that our debounce equals false. We'll get round to that here shortly. I'm just going to quickly go over the main things that we need to change here depending on what you are. So if you kind of want to get through the tutorial quickly, you can. So here on line 13, it goes local coins equals leader stats and leader stats 5 first round points. Now remember the one that we changed, the green coins inside of our data saving script. We now want to go and change this coins right here to whatever your currency which you changed in the data saving script is. Let's say you changed it to cash, then you'd put this to cash. But because we didn't change ours, we're going to keep this as coins. Now also here, this is not relevant. If you do not have, you do not need to change the grey one, simply because our local coins will be whatever this is. So even if this is cash, this will all still work. It doesn't actually really matter what this one is here, the grey coins are called. This is not relevant. This is just here because it's here. Anyway, so I'm going to quickly go through the script here on line 5. We go script.parent.touched, it creates a function. So we go to the script.parent, and if it is touched, it then creates a function called parent. So local player, players get player from character from the touched event dot parent. So the touched, so the part and the parent of what was touched. So the player is the parent dot touched. It creates a function. So we go to the script dot the parent, and if it is touched, it then creates a function called touch. Then if debounce, then so if there is a debounce, meaning if the debounce is true, would
debounce apa?
Debounce.
Debounce is basically like a limiter, so that we can only get one, because what can tend to happen is the touched event can occur quite quickly and quite often whenever a player touches the actual point. So instead of us actually receiving only 1 coin, what can happen if we don't have the debounce is we are maybe given 4, 5 coins, because the touched event can occur quite quickly in a short amount of time before any of this can even happen. So we've got implemented a debounce here just to prevent that, so that we are limited to just one single coin every 2.5 seconds. Basically, so if there is a debounce, if the debounce is true, then it's going to return, basically meaning it's going to be returning to the line 5 at the start of the script, which is going to continuously run until there is no debounce. Because if there is a debounce, then it goes through this. Then local player, then it identifies the local player. So then it goes local player equals game.players get player from character touch.parents. So local player game.players get player from character from the touched event dot parent. So the touched, so the part and the parent of what was touched. So that the player is the parent of what touched.
Ini apaan? Ini salah, Cok. Cukup gede.
And then open up the script here. So now that we're gone insert the script inside of our script service, you want to head down to the description of this video, copy and paste script 1. It's going to be named script 1 data saving script. You want to go and copy that, all of that, and then bring that back to Roblox Studio, remove all the previous code, and then paste in the new code. Now there are basically 80 lines of code here. It is quite a long script, but this is necessary. So if you're wanting the player's stats to save when they go and leave the game, then they can, because it's realistically that is what is in most games. Again, if you do not want the players data to save and all their coins to save, so when they join the game, then obviously don't add the server script service and the data
ganti warna nih guys.
script that we've inserted.
Warna apa?
Don't add that.
Warna Roblox Studio.
Set.
Warna Roblox Studio. Studio setting.
Bidang apa warna sih?
Bidang, Cok.
Waduh.
Oh nih ya. Serap nih. Lah.
Apa belinya? Loh, gerak sih, Dang. Pakai ngetong apa ngetong sen? Gerak dah sih, Cak. Di script pakai do.
Makanya.
Ida sing gerak. OSD. Din game. Bukan wah. Ngaruh sih.
Apa Dang?
Hah, kok bisa?
Coba ulang, Be.
Apa?
Dang?
Berapa?
San karena kedingan wa dah. Oh, karena kedingan wa.
Wah, sing berhasil ah? Apa beli ah? The way
Kencan ngay kene dini. Ngay komen.
Komen. Komen apa?
Komen. Comment documentation to // oh timer n akan kena nah kia
oh
pengado kanan cok
Cih, belum paham Cak.
Timer start bakat tumpuk Wak saat timer n koin start koin n yang kalian paham sih kan guys, jalani dulu guys, harus sering cok.
Belum paham Cak.
Wak sing paham sih ini jalani kan malah jalani dulu ya sar kita mau jalan nih udah ayah mesin blur nih jar ya kerangan ini hidang nganggo speed sing dini. Oh iya hidang menjemak anjing
koin dah
hah
apa
ngai koin kenapa nih
panggilan nyemak dah
panggilan jemak kencang nganggonya jar kok ada label benernya kayaknya labelnya
oh ukun
timer nah tapi yang kan
macam senawang sehidang apa ya
lihat lagi kodenya cak aduh hulung kita usahakan rumah ini dari depan akan tampak sederhana. Okay.
To be honest, I wish I.
But this is pretty, coins. So the coins, remember, our coins is instance.new number value. So the number value is now named coins. Now, depending on whatever you want your currency, a million currency, you leave currency, which is our coins here. So what we basically are doing here, this all, by the way, identifies everything.
Oh kan, anjir.
By the players there,
Timer.
service data, store server data, session data. That's all got to do with the data. The whole script has got to do with the data. This main part here is really disregarding the leader stats. So we basically identify our local coin.
Jangan guys. Mana bu?
Ini di lokal
aja.
Di server
script service ini paling benernya kan timer end timer start
bodomnya
start part player
di kanan lokal script
player client.
Oh iya kan anjir di lokal soalnya
text label Oh ini yang ngidang input teks, oke. Ini loh, running di bounce files. Start timer unclaiming.
Oh, nemin.
If running then running true. Start nil. Running false.
Kita coba.
Tuh kan?
Oh, tuh kan. Tutorial. Singnya anjir apa sih? Udah nih pelih nih. Apa katanya?
Tidak ada yang terjadi kan nge-touch ya?
Oh.
Coba nah, if player hit parent print
Israel babi. Punya yang mah teks.
coba dapetnya apa sih nggak? Nge-touch apa sih?
Oh, metode apa sih?
Coba.
Mana?
Nyoba. Hijau komen wa anjing. Hijau komen wa kecil. Ntar lu ini settingan aja kayaknya cak. Kok seni komen wa dah.
Udahin.
Kencang denin nih cak. Output.
Oh, metode sing ya.
Output metode sing kacak
Kok bisa kita langsung nyambungin.
Nih, coba kita lihat lah.
Oh,
Berarti hijau kena nah. Apa dan blok nah.
Blok.
Nih. Pak sidang cek. Startnya.
Foto bawa bloknya. Start sejak stop.
Oke. Lihat dulu. Start part anjing goblok.
Hah?
Nama mana nih? Ini start part nih. Di timer ada start part. Start partnya ada part nah. Kocak nih orang.
Aduh.
Coba ini berganti pak.
Jangan nih stop tuh.
Ini stop anda ini start balik. Tekan foto masalahnya. Boom. Closing. Output. Stack begin, stack end. Maksud? Wait.
Kita nulis kita tuh. Ini di bawah akhir.
Ini leh output nih di view output.
Oh.
Nggak ada yang berubah, Cuk.
Ini salah.
Start part. Start. Timer start part touch function. Start part kan start part kan start part
apa sih anjir apa dana derita.
Start touch transfer touch start
kok tidak work anjir. Bobake ke semula saja.
Hah? Sing blok dan blok ganti Pak. Sing tuh ganti Pak. Kode nah. Sing ya nah. Israel babi pun sing besu juga. Tempat. Tempat.
Esna sing jenik cok.
Hah?
Channel dan bloknya sana.
Tuh start part.
Oh. Ini nggak sih ini?
Hah?
Game workspace start nih. Apa mulai keadaan game?
Oh mula. Nih ya guys. Start part sama dengan ini variable kayaknya. Startnya dan
bloknya apa yang kan sih Mama?
Kagak ada nih cok. Satu bloknya.
Donasi.
Mungkin tutorial cok.
Ada blok gak sih coba ini?
Coba ya.
Start part.
Oh ada blok cok. Ada blok. Oh benar Pak.
Start part.
Start. Cok. S kecil.
Tuh apa tuh?
S besarin kan. Bukan dengan S besar. Oh ada blok guys. Nih Pak ada kan nanti no.
Ya kau.
Ya nggak sih. Oh tulisan start nah benar itu. Terus aneh itu. Enak ngai. Anggaplah pulau. Oh ada blok nih.
Ada blok?
Coba ya.
Iya. Coba start. Gede deh start.
Bawa. Boom. Ya sih. Ya sih.
Hapus ya.
Aw.
Ini tutorialnya, bye.
Sen. Sejak ngirim
di Roblox, di dev.
Di Roblox, udah ngirim gitu?
Sini aja di project stay fast lah.
Oh di WA.
Clearman dirancang khusus
iklan iklan kan sih YouTube nih. Aduh pang duo.
Idang sih bidang aku kini cok ADB blog dong idang.
Oh. Jangan lah, bilang apa?
Mau fix.
It automatically stops. It's often seen in games like hobbies, where players can keep on playing your game, trying to get
timer ya.
Depending start timer. Spelling the other event to stop timer. Now let's
application story. Applicator storage lah, ini konten menjangin cok. Kemana sih?
Insert and click on script. Let's just remove this template that it has given us. So first let's create our
Start timer.
Start to the remote event. We're gonna name this event start timer, spelled exactly like this. Let's duplicate it and rename the other event to stop timer. Now let's insert a script into server script service. Here, click on the plus and click on script. Let's just remove this template that it has given us. So first, let's create our variables. We're gonna say local start parts equals game dot workspace dot start. So this is the part that we just created, the green one. Now let's define the red one, the stop part. So local.
Harusnya sudah bisa. Udah bisa sih, fixnya udah bisa. Sing. Kok belum ya? Start part nih, start part. Hujan, nice. Start part nih, start.
Stop. Now we also created the events, so we also lower here game and the start part. So what we're going to do is start timer fire clients. Fire clients will send a message to a specific player, actually an event. You can just call it an event. We're gonna send it to the player that we just, and for the message that tells the player to stop the timer, we're just going to copy this.
Buat yang salah.
Ngalihin.
So copy and let's paste it here. However, we're going to change a few things, so it's not the start part that has to be touched, but the stop timer. Now we have two.
Okay.
Touch connect function hit get player from player. Current game player. Player local if player then end.
Game. Change the position to something that can change the center because it's exactly at this point. I'm just tweaking it and set it to 0.5 and so I want go to true and change current label. So, because we're going to update the label every single frame, we need to use something called run service. So let's create a variable for it. Local run service equals game timer equals game dot replicator
Run
start
service
dot start timer and local stop timer equals game dot replicated start dot stop timer. We're also going to make some other variables. So equals false. This will decide if the timer is currently running. False. The time an event to our clients. If we're currently not running, we're going to start the timer running function. It gives us a time, I think in milliseconds. Let me just check. Yeah, it gives a time on the system, and it's really simple and easy to use. Do something else. So stop timer dot on client events connect function this. We're going to set the start time again to 0. We're stopping it and we need to clear that. So start time equals 0, and we're going to set running to false. So this pretty much starts whenever per timer. We're going to use started timer
But which text? Game?
Tanah ya. Enggak. Sekarang search part, start part. Touch part, coba nah ganti warna. Box space. Coba kalian enggak. Top part. Singkat ya. Oke. Ini kok mulai gini kah? Ada yang spasi, Cok. Coba ya. Nil size. Infinity ya.
Jadiin satu pakai ya.
Wait. Pak dulu nih. Terus ini kita ganti
white for tile.
Terus ini hilang nah. Start part. Oke. What happened nih?
Enggak sih ngebok ah.
Sabar. Apa nih San? Mas klik connect. Ini kan kalau nyentuh touchpad, kalau kesentuh connect function hit. Oke, connect function hit, boh. Start part ini kan start part nih. Start part. Start part sentuh connect function. Sentuh connect function hit.
Mesti hit sing di kanana di
Bawa misi. Hit. Tena harus nama masalah sih. If nih. Get from hit parent. Coba nih nah. Yang gue nah. Bayar klien. Birunya apa artinya? Errornya artinya?
Ya.
Unknown
Doang.
global. Oh, karena saya ngadorin playernya. Start timer if gue visible. Bayar kliennya apa artinya? Roblox Studio. Set. Alah maksudnya. Masalahnya di ini pokoknya. Di ini. Di ini. Coba kita nggak kasih Israel babi ya.
Israel babi itu nggak dia sih. Posting. Nah, modalnya.
Masalah perebutan. Boom. Pada if player nih, player if player.
Dan
from player. Oke, get player from karakter. Ya gitu lagi deh. Ayo asing nih. Bakal player P kecil loh. P kecil. P kecil.
P kecil.
Asal ngaruh ke dini dah. Dini ada P kecil kah playernya? Ada player dini?
Player.
Enggak ada.
Player. Player.
Oh nih, beda. Emang rata-rata P kecil sih kalau ngomongin player. Dan wangi-wangian. Oke. Let's go. Ya sih. Ranang tuh anjing lah. Wait for child ini salah. Oh iya, wait for child jangan sudah anjing lah. Gantilah. Siapa ganti yang ini? Start part. Start.
Ini gede.
Start part lah. Harusnya bebenah nih. Tai lah.
Sebenarnya komen jangan diangkat aja. Ya, ini cok.
Problemnya anjir. Stop part. Start timer, game replication, coba kita cek. Start timer. Stop timer.
Di lokal scriptnya ada play.
Local player. Player ada apa? Oke, local player game. Get player from character hit. Oke.
Hit parent.
Tak coba connect function hit.
It doesn't work me. I type the same as.
Kemana kita?
Adanya gitu tapi adanya berhasil. This work great but kind of anime.
Kejaran.
Adanya I need help. I did working why? The world is working.
Start timer.
Adanya kan.
Bisa ya? Ini apa artinya? Hit parent emang ya, hit parent.
Hit parent.
Hit parent P besar. Oke. It was a wonderful night. For me, my friend, and the music over. Oh, nyanyi guys.
Ya.
Sing. Sing Apa problemnya nih? Apa nih? Hit. P kecil ya. Kenapa P besar sih? Di saat apa menggunakan P kecil? Di saat apa menggunakan P besar?
Oh, udah. Maka ngaruh sekali itu.
Coba nih kopas. Apa berbeda nih?
Kopiannya kita kan?
Apa nih berbeda kayak makin tipis?
Oh, coba Pak.
Hah? Oh beda nih.
CN kan?
Nih kan beda.
Apa?
Tuh mau enter. Stop part, touch, bla 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 bla. Stop. Timer. Aduh, sip. Supposed to be. Oke, sini. Let's go. Dan wangi-wangian. Kasih ini, Cok. Menang kanan. Kalau menang marah ngidang sing, kodan sing.
Sing.
Kok langsung aja kamu sih. Bapak lu aja. Bapak lu aja.
Ya.
Jangan.
Ubah kan jadi merah jangan digini.
Coba lu, stop. Kan stop, nih start nih. Oke. Stop, start kan. Oke.
Dah.
Stop part.
This is fake. I lose one hole.
Cok. Stop kan anjing nih start. Nih stop. Aku dong stop anjing lah. Bawa. Bang Idang nih fix Idang gak yakin 100% nak.
Ubah tuh kan?
Ih, tidak jalan.
Oh, tidak jalan.
Nilai langit yang mengganggu berarti nih koin.
Masa?
Yakin nak? Yakin nak? 100% yakin. Positif. Positif yakin. Ada. Bagus.
Alamak anjir giginya.
Set. Bakat. Bawa cobain. Nah, kita cobain.
Bawa anjir. Tinggal kita ganti cak. Nah. Apa ganti Jun?
Jauh kadang tuh kejangan sana play. Ganti sih. Kasih nama jalan ini ya.
Enggak gara koin doang sih.
Oh, gara-gara koin. Kok bisa membuat tidak berjalan?
Nice.
Dijan.
Boleh dong.
Coba kopas deh.
You can have this either way round if you identify the leader stats first or the coins first.
Kakak carana aneh busana kita pang sing pindah-pindah bro.
Anchor.
Tuh anchor.
Kartu di alih home ke home ada anchor di kanan samping color. Samping color. Color warna. Hah?
Oh. Ada.
Hah?
That's all got to do with the data.
The
whole script has got to do with the data. This main part here is really disregarding the leader stat. Everywhere wherever else I've gone data loss. So randomation, something similar to coin. You've got your data script. You kind of understand what's going on here. You will now want to click on the plus button next to your part and insert a script.
Color. Oh, nih anchor apa ya?
Part doesn't move. Oke.
Gerak sih ngedang apa Jun?
Kita gerak. Wait. Ya anjing. Ada part arjuna dan. Wait. Berapa N lah? Bin to close. Sabar. Apakah lokal-lokalan ini sepertinya harus ada di atas? Harus.
Ya.
Singnya ya.
Nih gue banyak ini labelnya dari 0.
Hah?
Kan cara anak-anak ro nyangin font. Mubah font bawaan. Ngerti?
What? Nggak paham.
Kan.
Aneh saya ngangkat. Set. Lah. Anjing. Ketiga sistem 2 with coin random spawning.
Kayak cara apa di tengah-tengah aja, pas
tengah-tengah. Maksud lo?
Nih kenen UI.
UI-nya pas tengah. Yuk geser kan ada garis itu cara di Photoshop.
Oh ya.
Ini kayaknya jalan.
Oh ya sudah.
Sabar lo. Stanio. Why? What happened? Data can save farm. Sukses. Oh, harus publish mana cok? Publishnya
apa?
Nih.
Publish.
Bah. Public.
Gak tahu.
Override. Oke.
Kita nggak bedur ini.
Nggak jelasnya jar koinnya. Kan that
UI.
Leader stats first or the coins first, it doesn't matter. You'll eventually get round to it. So local coins equals instance.new, which is basically creating a new number value.
Oh, shop
to be called blue. It does coins and also the blue coins. So I've gone and left a note everywhere where you actually need to go.
Video ketemu loading aja.
So you can see here, change coins to whatever there.
Starter gua kan dapat.
But anywhere that's got coins, you go and change it, and then you'll wherever else. I've gone. We're going to be starting off with system.
I don't know.
Data saving. I want to click on script. So now there's a couple. Five. There's local coins equals leader coins inside of our data hash, but the grey one simply are called. Then if debounce, then so if there is a debounce, meaning if the debounce is true, a debounce is basically like a limiter. So that basically, so if there is a debounce, equals player find first child leader stats, and this they're very short. And after 2.5 seconds, see that there was no. We will end on what it says up, and there's. As you guys can see, we are now in the base plate, and when we join in, we've got 0 coins. Finished adjusting your data script here. You want to head over here, click on the X button next to your script. So now that you've finished, then obviously don't add the server script service and the data script that we've inserted from the beginning, you know. So this is our main data script here. Now there are a couple of things we can change. It really depends on what your currency is going to be. So here on line 7, I play with the leader. The whole script has got to do with the data. This main part here is really
akuwh itu nggak sih guys?
Ini handler nih. Tenan pang maksudnya pasti metimpa timer aja handler pang handler ke malah.
Keneng ya. Kan timer. Ini timer.
Tuh. Udurin tuh yang gitu.
Coba.
Ini kujang kira.
Tangin pak. Anjing. Baru sini script. Sini. Poin.
Hilang tapi
muncul.
Indah itu. Cina.
Paham.
Paham?
Paham.
Ayo di belakang loading oh yang.
Di belakang loading.
Kan tuh langsung tuh jangan.
Hilang ya. Hilang ya.
Oh hilang ya oh. Hilang.
Pan di belakang tuh.
Pan di belakang load.
Kan ada loading. Handler. Handlernya kan.
Ada background itu ada game title ya.
Oke. Anjing kepencet. Position X. Ada Z. X kan? Z index. Oke. Harusnya apa sih? Lah. Gak mau ya ke belakang ah. Z index buat 3 padahal. Kalau script kan festival aja dah starter GUI terus nomor teks lokal script. Oke. Visible saat ada delay apa adanya kencana function.
Bosen gak sih sama yang biasa? Semangka yang ini segernya nembus lapisan langit dan bumi.
Hey, thanks for stopping by. In this episode of my Roblox I kind of hope that this little analogy to us by the tasks here is task.delay. And the way the syntax here works is that this actually takes in of let's create that you and then inside of here we delay execute.
Delay. Hai. Di itu kan? Hah? Enggak. Di sisi. Di meja dapur.
Masukin dong.
Aru yang body ini Mbak Aru kemusan.
Mbak sih nepuk.
Kamu napa tepuk ini tangan parah.
Oh, Mbak aja makan.
Dadi.
Execution. Then after 5 seconds is over, it'll run the so without a delay to inside code inside of our variable. Random cancel the task. We're going to pick a random
Local delay task. Oh, yang itu.
number from 1 to 2. So we'll say local, and let's see if random number. Then inside of here we will say task.cancel. Also see what the odds are. So as you can see, we see any after no longer fully printed because we still have a 50-50 chance of whether this.
Okay.
Ya.
Nah, ya, sing lah anjir jelas. Ini kan ya? True.
Kayak gitu. Pangyok ini kan ada sih. Oh,
Itu.
lu jangan nadan kan?
Ah.
Kan pas injak hijau kan ya meteks ya sih. Itu. Paknya. Ngerti ya, Saudara?
Kirain ah.
Gitu.
Ini yang gue visible nih.
Boy hilangin Pak. Paknya. Mau hilang jalan dah?
Hah? Ba? Ah.
Oh ya, gitu kan. Lu jangan ada.
Lu jangan adan.
Lah. Oh. Lalu yang N ini kan. Start kan. Oh nya em tetap. Ah, bang. Bawain. Oh. Timer oke. Level 1 bos suka aja nih.
Oh.
Frisian Flag Combo Keju. Pilih yang bernutrisi, berenergi. Boleh tahu?
Bukber bareng Bayu pakai nomor aktif selamanya.
Yo, what's up guys, welcome back to a brand new Roblox Studio video. My name is Floppy, and today guys I'm going to be showing you how to make a... We want to click on Server Script Service and click on the plus button and then insert a script. You want to go down leader stats and bring it. So it doesn't really matter what this area is here called, these coin things, it doesn't really matter, but depending on what you want your currency to be called for the tutorial it's going to be called coins, but let's say you want it to be cash, you just change it to cash, but we're going to keep it as coins. So once you're finished recording this, you want to do is go and make a cylinder like I'll be doing. This will be at the plus button next. Now that you inserted the script into your coin, you want to adjust, so you can adjust the respawn time, because what will happen here, when someone touches it, after a certain amount of seconds, the part will reappear and someone else is able to collect it. So this basically determines on how often and how quickly that part will respawn. For this tutorial, we've got it set to 5, and I'm going to leave it as 5, but if you want that coin to only reappear every...
Okay, first child. Okay.
Yeah.
Langsung hit if. Understand. Okay.
Every 2 minutes. You make this 120 because 2 minutes in seconds is 120, but here we go. For this tutorial, we'll just be putting it as...
Anjing nih, if genisin.
Then
we want to use a keep it as coins. So once you're finished adjusting...
Sudah di server script service. Oke, ada. Oke, good. Kalau ini kita leader starts intense nih, intense in value. Okay.
Adjusting this part of the script, we want to go up here and click on 2 minutes. You make this 120 because 2 minutes.
Anjir.
Okay. Start, then stop, man.
Penuh masih anjir.
Either start. Okay. Either start another player first shield. Ya. Leader starts, then return. Ya, whatever. Lah, buat itu kenana?
Bah.
Ini sah?
Bah.
Parkour.
Harta jando aja nanya gak bisa sih.
Skill isu ah.
Mula.
Skill isu. Lihat nih. Heights. Set.
Enggak ya sih bisa main.
Pak, mendapatkan. Gampang, kayaknya hard. Wah, easy. Easy, bro.
Man.
Gila, soe. Nih, kayaknya lah. Ulung stop, Pak. Apa dana?
Hilang loh.
Ulung, Cok.
Ulung, oh iya anjir.
Kanan anchor,
Ini hijau kan bakal anchor. Ya jadi.
Bolak-balik, Pak. Pulang balik.
Anchor. Yang leaderboard ya sih ya? Boleh,
kencannya kan.
Tutorial.
Ya, pulang balik. Pulang balik. Set.
Setiap stage itu ada leaderboard. Poinnya
Asik.
apa aja?
Easy. Koin itu akan beli item.
Oh. Setiap stage aku doang koin.
Gini guys, asana keren gini guys. Ini tuh sing ada stage lanjutan nih. Gini ide semula kan di ini nih, misalnya 2 menit mengganti win stage-nya, 2 menit mengganti win stage-nya. Tapi stage ini kan pada
sana. Oh.
Tempatnya di ini kan,
tempatnya
Cuman nih kan
Tapi
mengganti nih, jembatan nih kan
parkurnya-
mengganti. Parkurnya mengganti 2 menit, mengganti win. 2 menit mengganti win.
Misalnya ada nak parkur kan, ganti tiba-tiba main kan.
Ulung mati besar waktunya anjir, lat ngetar.
Oh. Anjir.
Gitu.
Hardcore.
Hardcore. Beda-bedanya nih versi Bali, versi apa, gitu. Leaderboardnya setiap ini beda-bedanya ya.
Setiap pulau.
Beda-beda. Kira gue ngain jauh itu nak enggalan boring kayaknya dah. Nak main
ganti-ganti.
Cara hell apa dana? Tower of Hell kan yang bedanya kebeder kan ya, ganti-ganti terus tiap 5 menit terus ganti-ganti.
Oh iya. Oh boleh. Keep.
Ya
Bagus map ke sini sebenarnya.
Nih ngetang
UI.
konten cak dengan Liu Kuang. Jawab konten. Koinnya sih nggak enak, aku pang di ujung teman koin gitu.
Oh.
Caranya
Punya leaderboard. How to make leaderboard? Apa anjir bang si video ini. Tunjuk. Ya.
Baru Magnum Cafe oleh Magnum True to Pleasure.
Leader start on gua ini.
Yang merusak kulit terasa segar hingga 8 jam. Baru UV Cooling Water Gel Sunscreen.
Yo, what's up guys, welcome back to an Enable Explorer and of here, and also make sure to go watch your coin. The description of this video stats are. If you need some help with this, feel free to send me a message on Discord and I'll happily help you out. But here we go, because we are in a new base plate, we are adding our leader stats, which are going to be over here, which says we have maybe 55 coins.
Let me just give myself some cash and some kills. Now I'm going to leave the game and load back in. As you can see, I still have my cash and kills that I literally just saved. So as you can see guys, this works and you'll be getting the script Explorer. Remember, just go view Explorer, turn that on. So you have script service. You might see a script called leader stats. If you don't, go ahead and hit Control Shift F or Command Shift F on Mac. Type leader stats, press enter, and you'll find the first script. Once you see the script right here, go ahead and click on a line and then go ahead and close it off. You'll be directed to the script. Once you're here, right click the script up here, click show in Explorer, you'll find it. And once you find it, go to the data save script. If you don't have this here, go ahead and hit plus, click new script, and then name the script data save. It doesn't actually have to be data saving, be anything. Just to be neat, make sure you name it data save. And then open up the script, and you're not gonna have all this code here. To get this code, head over to the description and head over to the paste bin. Once you're in the paste bin, just copy and paste all the code in here. Once you do that, the game will be saving everyone's data when they join and leave, and that's basically your data save system complete. So if this video works for you, be sure to leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
That system.
How can we make a point system or a cash system maybe? Instance statistics. You can name this what you can name this coins. Since let's make one. So connect function. And the parameter will be hit. So whatever hit the coin. Or basically whatever touched the coin. So then we're gonna do local player equals, oops, okay, forget about this. Local player equals game.players and colon get player from character hit dot parent. So what this does, it gets the player from the character. So whenever like a part of a character touches the coin, it will get the player from the character that touches it. And if it is a player, so it detects if it's a player. So if player, that means if a player touched it, then we are going to give the player a coin.
Okay.
So player, the leader stats, dot coins, dot value equals.
Okay, understand.
Oops, what the hell? That was wrong. Hold on a second, I think I did this. Okay, sorry. Plus 1. Oops, plus 1. Alright. I think this is pretty simple.
Pretty simple, right?
Now,
right,
when
sir.
the player touches it, as soon as they get the coin, you want the coin to disappear, right? You want the coin to go away because you don't want the coin to stay there, right? So you want the coin to basically disappear. We'll just do coin. Oops, not color 3. Coin destroy. Alright. So we gave the player a coin. What you can also do instead of this, maybe this is too long, maybe you don't want to keep on copying and pasting, you can do plus equals 1. So it gives 1 to the amount, to the value of the coins, which is basically the amount of coins, essentially. Alright. So I think this is perfectly okay. Let's test this out. Let's see if it works. Okay, I put a long place. Alright. Let's touch this beautiful coin. Boom.
Understand. I understand. Oke. Nih coba kita taruh di bawah. Nyinah ke Asan? Ada nyinah di game?
Di game
Sudah nyinah ha? Kok dia menghilang? Jangan menjauh dariku. Script apa nih? Script koin kah? Kan. Hapuskan ini apa ini? Koin. Oke, ini script apa ini? What is this script? Stop script ini tidak penting ya karena tidak berfungsi bajingan. Oke.
New folder or script. Click that new leader set. New the player added event. Game.players.player added. Connect this to a function. Colon connect function. And play.
Dan.
Bagian ya orang.
Yan bangun kan?
Mak sana mak.
Man. Function player
as a parameter. Alright. Second last bracket, and you press enter.
And you press enter.
And then we can make the leader stats.
Okay.
To do that,
so order to do that.
Leader stats.
Local leader stat.
This will appear on our player list. Equals instance. Dot new folder.
Wait me dog.
And make the leader stats. So in order to do that, we'll do local leader stats. This will appear on our player list. Equals instance dot new folder. This will make a new folder. Leader stats dot name
new set folder
equal leader stats. Make sure you name it leader stats and you type it correctly. Alright, leader stats dot parent equals player, the player that joined. Okay, now we made a leader stats folder. This will hold all our statistics. For now, we're gonna only make one, and that is the coins value, or points. Alright, now let's say local coins equal instant.new number value. So this will be our amount of coins. We're gonna make a new number value, and coins dot name equals coins. You can name this whatever you want. Coins, I mean, it's essentially going to be nil, so that would be 0. So you don't really have to make a value for it. Then you can do coins.parent equal leader stats. So this will be under our leader stats folder where it holds all our stats. Yeah, all stats. Alright, now we made the coins value. And first let's test this out. Let's see how this works. Alright, so let's go on play and let's see how it shows on the game.
leaderboard.
Alright, so as you can see, our coins can be shown on the player list. So this is basically the leader stats thing. That's what leader stats can do. Now let's say you want to add coins. So you add coins to the map that players can collect, and every time they collect a coin, their coins value or their amount of coins goes up by 1. So let's insert a cylinder. Okay, this is a cylinder. Let's make it into a coin. We're gonna make it like very basic, so you don't have to, you know, spend too much time. All our now coins value. And first let's test.
Okay, local coin is a number value. Local coins instance new coins value instance new number value. Aduh ay. Oh, ini udah ada stringnya, Wak. Coins name, coins pattern ladder starts. Coins name, coins parent leader starts. Spam. Oke. Jadi sudah ada ini part. I don't want it here. I want it here, which is same shit. Why I? Okay, fuck.
Okay, forget about this. For part of a character,
okay,
touches the coin. It will get the player from the character that touches it, and if it is a player, so it detects if it's a player. So if player, that means if a player touched it, then we are going to give the player a coin equals right. As soon as they get the coin, you want the coin to you know, stay, disappear, not color. So we gave the player a coin. What you can also do instead of this, maybe this is too long, maybe you don't want to keep on copying and pasting, you can do plus equals 1. So instead of this, maybe this is too long, maybe you don't want to keep on copying and pasting, you can do plus to the value of the coins. So we think this is a
Okay.
essentially.
Wow. Local coin script parent. Local coins script parent. Oh, nggak pakai S. Why? Why not? Nggak pakai S, pakailah coins. Oh iya, nggak pakai S. Why? I don't know. Coin touch connect function hit. Touch connect function hit. Anjay, apal. Local player game player. Oke. Apa? Oke. Players get player from character.
Essentially.
Leader stats. Oke. Harusnya bekerja, harusnya. Lah. Kok ini hilang, Cuk? Coin part. Dirimu laksana surganya. Tempat kamu cerahkan segala. Can touch, can collide. Sibel kan ya? Kalau membuatnya transparan. Kok ada ya? Oh nih. Anjay. Lah, sing nambah.
Ya, anjir.
Plus 1 kan? Plus 1 coins value coins kecil kocak apakah ini coba beda kah? Pam Yes sir, yes sir. Besarin gini. Dah. Terus coba lah. Boom. Oke, nice. Oke. Koinnya kita taruh di sini. Di pulau ini. Sit, man. Nice. Parkour. Parkour gaming. Sat. Anjing. Ya, mati cok. Anjing, kok diturun. Yang mati sing selesai. Oh iya. Langsung reset tapi ya. Oke lah. Baik banget, cuk. Set. Set. Oke. Gampang. Anjing. Anjing, dapat 1 koin. Terus di ini ada ngebang jangan kalian tas ini kanan jangan di kanan. Mengganggu nak. Anggur Robux nggak? Maya, anggur Robux. Robux harus Robux. Coba guys, ada algojo. Algojonya harus anggur Robux. Ane sih anggur Robux lempar snowball kan, lempar snowball. Ngide aja dulu.
Ya.
Dadah. Cukup gak sih?
Cukup. Besok lagi.
Lanjutkan besok.